Okay, the exhibits have been marked, and I have copies of them. Ms. Garber, you have a copy?
I do, yes.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
I have nothing further. Oh.
Let me just ask you a question. I mean, I heard some of what you said with respect to unique, disparate. I see the distance here. What specific impacts are you alleging with respect to, how St. Luke's would be affected?
Mr. McNair, this is one of my concerns. Theoretically, I'm going to call witnesses and they may list 13 things.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to summarize some of those, but I don't want to be held, I don't want my client to be held to a position where someone later on says, well, you only identified 7 in the standing process. Again, I want to be cooperative, so let me try to help.
So, and I'm not asking, specifically for what evidence are you going to be presenting. I just want to have a sense of how is St. Luke's alleging that they're affected by the landfill expansion, whether it's an odor issue, or is it a traffic issue, or is it, something generally?
Yeah, for St. Luke's purpose, I will say it's not a traffic issue, okay? We have not seen the case in chief presented by Bethlehem Landfill, but I would expect that we will have concerns about odor. We will have concerns about various environmental issues, including possible water table and leachates. We certainly have a concern about decreasing the proximity between the possible collision between birds and helicopters. We have significant concerns about the destruction of the north-facing slope to the Lehigh River, which is part of the conservation and scenic easement. You will hear testimony that the campus was selected for its bucolic nature and its views, and those views will be marred. We will present evidence on that item. We are concerned about wind direction and the possibility of litter. But all of those things doesn't mean each and every one by its nature is going to be the sword we're going to fall on. If, for example, if we hear testimony and we feel comfortable about litter, I'm not going to sit here and talk about it. But 20 minutes into a conditional use hearing, it is certainly a concern. We just don't know where it's going.
Right, and that's all I'm looking for at this point. I'm looking for concerns and potential impacts and effects. So with that, can I allow Ms. Garber to ask questions?
Yeah, can I just say
Sure.
one other thing? From a comprehensive plan perspective, it would seem to me to be almost the worst type of planning to allow the expansion of landfill next to a hospital.
Okay. All right, Ms. Garber, you have questions?
I do. So, when was St. Luke's Hospital built?
I'm not certain. I would say 2010 was certainly part of the main construction, but I'm not certain of the date.
Do you know if Bethlehem Landfill was at this location before 2010?
It was.
So pre-existing any construction of your facility?
Yes.
With respect to St. Luke 1, which has the 3 distances from the existing landfill to the corners of 2 properties. And I guess it's this, I have the same question with respect to St. Luke's too. What are the uses on those 2 parcels? I'm trying to get a sense of where the helipad is and where your actual healthcare facilities are.
See, that's You can see the existing buildings on both St. Luke's 1 and 2. But this is why we're going to go far afield. My witness would talk about the proposed expansion of the campus, the uses closest that they will place closest to the Lehigh River, the increase in heliport use. So, asking me, all I can say is that the balance of the campus will be built out in the future. But if I had a witness, they would talk about that in chapter and verse.
I understand. Just for the record, to be clear, when you say the existing buildings are noted on here, they're sort of the squares and the shapes within the yellow shaded area?
Yeah, and actually, if this were a fuller drawing, there's several more buildings to the top of the page that are not shown in this, which go all the way out to Freemansburg Avenue.
Mm-hmm. But no buildings that are existing that are any closer than the Kramer's Lane, the building noted on, what is that? I can't read that.
Yeah, Kramer's Lane.
Kramer's Lane. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no current buildings closer than that square that's shown.
And can you tell me where generally on St. Luke's 1 or St. Luke's 2, where the helipad is?
Yeah, you cannot see it on this drawing. It's the next building up, I believe. The helipad would be in that general location.
So just so I'm clear, the helipad is north on the St. Luke's properties north of what's shown on this, correct?
That is correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Are there any other questions for this witness regarding standing? For the record, I don't see any. Is there any objection to St. Luke's being a party?
I understand Mr. Buba's position here where it's a little bit difficult without his witnesses to talk about specifics. And I do just want to note for the record, at least with respect to the concern about the helipad and birds, that the helipad, as testified to, is not on either St. Luke's 1 or St. Luke's 2. And just note for the record that obviously this development all went in after the existing Bethlehem Landfill was already there. So I do object to that extent to the standing of St. Luke's.
Okay, understand the objection, but St. Luke's will be a party to the proceeding.
Thank you.
The exhibit BL.
Actually, we did not use a BLC exhibit or a Google Earth image. I think that St. Luke's 1 and St. Luke's 2 are the images that were testified to. But thank you for that.
That's correct. And before you get started, I just wanted to make an announcement. I notified some of the attorneys that are present this morning that today will be a completely procedural day. I may have stated that in my announcement this morning. I don't want anyone to feel that they have to remain here all day. We are going to be going through this process with not only the entities that are represented by council, but also individuals. Once you have party status, if you wish to leave, you may do so. We're not going to be getting into evidentiary issues today, meaning there will not be any testimony concerning the conditional use application presented today. Ma'am, you... Yes.
By virtue of being a resident, are you a party member? Because if you fill out one of these forms, you will be that way?
So each individual...
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you for raising that. So each individual resident is going to have to request party status by coming up to the microphone and giving us the form that you filled out, as well as stating your name and address. And then I'm going to ask you how you feel that you are affected or impacted by the application. And we need a reason as to how you specifically are affected. Okay, so one of the issues is how close you live to the property. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a point of information, and I don't understand how being a taxpayer doesn't automatically make me.
So there's,
have a party.
the municipality's planning code governs this issue as well as the case law associated with that. And what the municipality's planning code states is you have to be specifically affected. It's not enough for you to be a tax-paying resident of a municipality. You have to be specifically affected by what's being proposed by the application.
And
So,
future generations aren't considered?
I-
It doesn't even make sense to me.
ma'am, I'm not gonna get into a debate with you, but I am gonna tell you I'm very well versed in the case law related to this because I sit on these boards all the time. And that is what it states. You have to be specifically and uniquely affected by the application. If you live 5 miles away in the municipality and you can't state that you are somehow specifically affected by the proposal or the use in some manner, then it's unlikely that you would achieve party status. You,
I'm specifically concerned with dividing a community that is not in the same location.
right, and this doesn't have to do specifically with municipal lines. As you just heard, I approved someone or an entity that's not within Lower Saucon Township. It has to do with how you, as a property owner or individual, are specifically affected by the use that's being proposed.
So the spirit of the law is not considered at all, it is.
The spirit of the law is how are you affected by what's being proposed? And if you're not affected, then you're not deemed to be a party. All right, sir, sorry for, yes.
I'm sorry, we both have a question in case we do leave. I'm sorry
Okay.
to interrupt you.
We have scheduling issues,
Yeah,
right?
how will we know?
So I am going to announce the next meeting, of course, at the end of today. And what's been proposed so far with the people that I knew would be participating is Wednesday of this week, starting at 9:30. Do either of you have an issue with that? You know, I've discussed with some of you the fact that you're not required to be here at every single hearing. You can obviously send someone in your stead if you wanted someone to be here, but I am certainly not requiring you to be here to be able to participate at some later time. If your intent is merely to present a witness sometime down the line during the conditional use process after we get through the applicant's case in chief, you know, and you don't intend to ask cross-examination of certain witnesses that are presented, you don't have to be here every time.
And can we assume that the applicant is going to go first and
Yes.
take up Monday,
Wednesday.
for sure? with their
Yes,
witnesses?
absolutely.
Can
So,
we,
Thank you. I'm sorry.
yeah.
can we, before the day is over, perhaps consult with council so we can get together a final calendar of hearings, so we all know when we have?
We can try to do that. My concern is if council wishes to leave at some point. I mean, we can try to do it maybe before a lunch break today too. But my concern is if council need to leave for some reason this morning. Okay.
Both stay till lunch.
All right, why don't we try to do that, you know, before we take a lunch break? So sometime around 12 noon, we'll try to come up with some, at least a few dates, you know, in the beginning of the hearing process. Okay, I see a couple hands raised. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm curious, since council for the garbage dump seems to be concerned about the distance from your location to the dump, I'm curious, is there a rule that says that if you're so many miles, what's the radius, critical radius here?
Yep.
That will determine whether you have standing?
That's a very good question. And,
Secondly, if you-
well, let me answer the first question, okay? So to answer your first question, there is no specific limit or a specific distance from a use to another, to a resident or to an entity or another property such that that's automatic standing, okay? It depends on the use and it depends on a number of factors in each application. There are times where, you know, it's limited to something like 500 feet or 1,000 feet or a half mile. But in this particular instance, we're gonna listen to every single person, and I'm gonna listen to whether or not you feel you're affected, and if you can define for me why you're affected, then I'm going to consider whether or not to make you a party.
And my second question is, let's suppose you're outside this critical radius that is not defined, but you can say that I smell it, or I travel on Apple Butter Road a lot, and therefore I experience the truck traffic there. Would that then give you standing?
As I said before, I'm going to listen to any reason you put forth as to why you feel you're affected by it. But I'm not going to specify, I'm not going to be able to specify every single reason as to why someone might achieve party status. So if you feel you're affected, you're going to have the opportunity to state why, and I'm then going to make a determination as to whether or not I feel it's sufficient standing to sit as a party, okay?
Can you
Thank you.
explain to him, though, that those are, the kinds of things that he mentioned?
Yes.
Are factors that you would consider?
Absolutely. So, yes, the issues that you raise, the distance that you are from the property is a significant issue as to whether or not I'm going to determine you're impacted by it. Traffic issues can be an issue concerning whether or not you're affected. Yes, sir, in the back.
Sir, I'd like to know when Steel City residents should talk about airborne lung infections that we get, when it's 95
Right,
degrees.
so you're
When can we talk about that, sir?
You're going to have an opportunity to
Okay, good.
present evidence if
Okay.
you're a party, and you're also going to have an opportunity to give public comment at the end of the proceeding if you wish to do so.
Can we bring in bills from St. Luke that have to be paid from being in the hospital for that?
I will rule on whether or not it's admissible, so if you can establish causation, then there's a possibility that that could be admissible.
Oh, that's good.
All right, now let's get back to our request for party status. So we're on our third request at this point, sir.
Thank you, sir. Jeremy Clark, Assistant Solicitor for the City of Easton.
I'm sorry?
Jeremy Clark, for the Assistant as the Assistant Solicitor for the City of Easton. Would you like my application?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Clark, you may proceed.
Thank you. As stated earlier and by yourself, the city believes it is an aggrieved party with substantial, direct, and immediate interest in this pending issue, particularly regarding the environmental impact. The city owns, as you can see on the board here, and I have prepared what I'm marking as City of Easton number 1. The city owns property along the Lehigh River, which is shaded in green on the map, but since at my house I only have a black and white printer, it is black and white in my exhibit.
All right, thank you. This is marked, for the record, this is marked as City of Easton number 1.
Thank you. There's not an address, and in particular to that part. It's all parks that are owned, operated by the city, used by city residents and other residents of adjoining municipalities. The city's far western portion of land, as you can see, extends beyond the Route 33 highway there, and is, to the best of my ability to measure on Google Maps, within a mile of what was I believe the existing landfill. And I think if I'm correct, if I'm wrong, I believe the landfill moves slightly further east under the expansion.
North and northeast.
North and north, okay, thank you. So I believe we're within a mile. I don't have an address to give council to run her measurements, but you could probably find it on Google Earth if you wanted to drop pins. But I wanted to put this up for benefit of everyone to see, because most people don't realize that the city owns property that far to the west. The city's concerns, as previously stated, center around the leachate, the odor impacts on the park, along the D&L Trail, which runs along the river there, as well as Humor Park proper. The city runs a lot of operations and activities on the Lehigh River itself, has activities in the park, and it is concerned that those will be negatively impacted by odors, by excessive birds, by the other various sundry things that typically concern a landfill.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I completely understood the testimony with respect to where the it's Humor Parkway, it says? Where is that in relation to the landfill?
So the landfills, this isn't a great map as per se, maybe we could pull up the Google Earth, but the landfill is about where the north compass is and that inset there at the bottom. You see,
Okay,
and the shaded dark gray areas in the river are all owned by the city.
okay,
You can see, maybe better on that picture there, Route 33 is the road running north-south, and there's the far western shaded area is the furthest west portion of the city of Easton park property.
so it looks like there's a legend or a scale, is that right?
Yes, and actually, council pointed out to me that we may show up on St. Luke's 1. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it on.
While you're looking, can I suggest perhaps that we work through Google Earth to identify these properties? Because I'm
I
not
think
sure that
that-
the scale is even correct on this size of the copy, and it's hard for us to see in terms of colors and
I have no
things.
objection to that. I similarly didn't find out until about 5 o'clock on Thursday that this was happening, and so
Okay. No
my
problem.
meager printing skills were all I had at my house.
Yeah, and, I just need to try to figure out distance issues and proximity, that's all. So if we could pull up Google Earth, there it is.
So
I'm sorry, just for clarification, before we get started, how many different parcels are owned by the city that you're alleging are impacted? So we can just keep track of property by property.
I don't have the parcel number. I could probably try to pull it up on NC Pub, but
No, just how many are, like, because even on this black and white copy, I can't, how many different parcels are owned by the city?
The city's contention is all the properties that are downstream in the Lehigh River. But the closest parcel is the one that is actually just to the west of 33.
So can you circle that on here?
That's the first.
All right, we'll see how loud I can be.
There's a mic right on that table.
Can- Melissa, can you pull that out so that the existing landfill, yes, there we go.
Okay, so the city owns this island, this island here, and it owns this portion which extends along to the west of 33. These are all, and the trail runs along the river, and the park itself, the park itself is on this portion of the, there's a pavilion, this is where a lot of events are held by the city, and there's there are a lot of city activities that are conducted here, but again, the park as a whole extends much further to the west. And the city owns all of these parcels that are part of the donation for the park system for the city.
Where's the edge of the park that you just referred to, the Hugh Moore Park?
Here.
Okay, can we mark that as a point and then do a measurement there?
Well, you can, but that's not the furthest portion that is used by residents.
Understood, just for the record though, that will just,
But I would object to the relevance. Why not mark a point in the middle of the city of Easton? There are parts that are much closer, and that's what's relevant, isn't it the closest point?
okay. Well then, why don't you find for us the point that is,
Excuse me, can we allow the city to proceed with its presentation without the constant interruptions by Ms. Garber?
We're fine.
It's okay.
with all due respect, this is,
Ms. Garvey, you feel free to interject, but I'm the one who's got to figure out where everything is. So I appreciate, people who are trying to orient me with respect to proximity and things. So, if you could, I noticed that where you stated that the farthest most western point is that island. Is that right?
Well, I don't think this is I don't know, maybe it's because the canal, maybe it's not. This portion here is owned by the city.
Okay.
It comes just
I'm going to
to the
suggest,
west
I'm going to
of
give
33.
the council a pointer here so that then he can be pointing rather than directing my paralegal. I think that makes more sense.
Right. Yes. Right.
So I believe we are actually closer than the hospital. The city,
The center button, right?
There's a switch on the side.
oh, switch on,
That might turn it on or.
up. There it goes.
I must have turned it off. Sorry about that.
Okay, now we got all this put together. So the city owns this portion of the riverbank here. And I believe is actually closer certainly than the buildings of St. Luke's, but probably even than the property that St. Luke's owns itself. And it owns all these portions as they continue down the river. And as stated, the city runs a lot of their kayaking ventures and things that go on through the river and as part of the park service, park as a whole. The actual events that take place where there's large gatherings of people, that's at Hugh Park. There's a giant pavilion that's there, and a lot of activities are done there as well. And the city will admit that's getting pretty far, but the city still has concerns that impacts on the Delaware, which flows right by the park, could have potential impacts on. Thank you, correction, Lehigh. Have impacts on the park system itself. The city runs a shad tournament that takes place annually in the Lehigh River. And so those are our primary concerns.
And again, if we could do a measurement from the most western part.
We don't own when it dips in here. There's a straight line. It starts, yeah, that's gets you. You're in the ballpark.
May I ask a question?
Not yet.
Okay. It will help with locating the Humor Park sign that's on the bottom of the road there.
Okay, I'm going to allow you to come up after he's done. Okay, thank you.
Is that yours? Oh, sorry.
All right, so now I see a yellow line that's indicated. Is that correct? There's a yellow line indicated. It looks like from the outer limits of the proposed landfill to the westernmost part of the park. Is that true?
Correct, and I would agree that line represents the approximate western limit of the park owned by the city.
All right.
And so the city's appearing here as a landowner that feels it is individually affected.
Okay. And what's the distance? Do we know the distance of that yellow line?
It is 0.90 miles.
So it's 9/10. All right, Ms. Garber, do you have questions?
How long has the city owned that property that is noted as being marked by the yellow line in terms of distance to the proposed expansion?
I don't know the answer to that question. It's been some time. But again, as prior council stated, I did not have time to do enough effective research on all of this. But anticipating your next point, it's been some time.
I understand you don't have all the details. Has it been 20, like, can you ballpark it, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years?
It's been well over 20 years. Okay. And that was Louis Campos, city administrator, who has more facts about this than I do, certainly. Programming has been more so in the last decade. So the city's owned it, was donated quite some time ago, but it's only been within the last, certainly less than 20 years that the city's been running operations. I know that the kayaking on the Lehigh is within the last 3 years. And the pavilions and a lot of the developments within Humor Park itself are much more recent.
So just to be clear, can you put sort of more of a ballpark on the time that you owned it? I mean, you say for quite some time. Is there any way that you can anchor that? Are we talking about 50 years?
Stop, don't interject. If you interject, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. It's a formal hearing process. If you were sitting in a courtroom right now, I can guarantee you wouldn't interject. All right, so I'm gonna ask for that same respect here so we can get through this. Go ahead.
I can, well in excess of 20 years.
I understand. And I understand the improvements that you referenced to Humor Park itself. Are there any other improvements to any of the properties that the city owns further to the west? And if so, what are they?
Well, there's the trail that is maintained, that runs entirely along the Lehigh River there, that is part of a Lehigh Valley-wide network of trails that the city's in agreement with the county that it maintains. And so the city maintains it through the west until its participation ends, and then another municipality takes over, and similarly trails that run up and down the Delaware.
Other than the trail, are there any other, you talked about pavilions and things that are at Humor Park, are there any other improvements on the properties that the city owns that you identified?
I don't believe so. It's supposed to be a wildlife park for residents. It's not supposed to have improvements on it.
And how does one access those properties that are along the D&L trail?
Well, there are, obviously, the trail is the primary access point, and there are various points of ingress and egress from the trail along different portions of the trail.
Are there any impacts that the city of Easton is experiencing on these properties as a result of the existing landfill's operations?
I don't have information to testify about that in particular because, again, I don't have the particular person who would know that.
But you, as the representative for the city here today, have not been informed of any particular impacts from the existing Bethlehem landfill, rather, on these properties that you've identified today?
No one has contacted the solicitor's office regarding impacts of odors on the Delaware D&L trail, rather.
We get a measurement, please. I understand that the property that the city owns that is closest to the proposed expansion has already been measured on here. I would also like, please, to get a measurement from Humor Park. Melissa, can you find that on here and do a measurement?
Humor Park is 3.54 miles.
So just so the record is clear, that particular measurement of 3.54 miles from Humor Park is noted in red on the exhibit. I don't have any other questions for this witness. I would note my objection for the record as to the standing of the city of Easton.
Can I raise some questions with
Yes.
council?
Yes, you can.
Attorney Clark, could you please describe again the activities that are generated from the city of Easton running along the Lehigh River that would become adjacent to the landfill expansion?
So the activities there include, there's a kayaking tour group that goes up and down the Lehigh River. There's the shad tournament, which is a rather large, extensive fishing competition that occurs annually on the Lehigh River. There's, as far as unorganized activities, there's a lot of residents participate in various hikes along the trail. Biking is very popular along the trail itself, running along the trail.
I'm going to
And
object to
the,
this particular line of questioning in
and-
terms of testifying as to unorganized activities by City of Easton residents. I think that this should be focused on what the City of Easton does with respect to its property.
I believe the law, I believe the law is that political subdivisions have standing to enforce environmental standards. And if those environmental effects affect the residents of a municipality, the municipality has standing, and that's I can cite several cases if you wish.
Right, but we're talking about use of a trail that's in a different municipality. So if residents of Easton were using a trail up in Scranton, it would be a different issue, right?
Well,
But-
if the city funds the trail and participated in funding the trail and encourages its citizens to use the trail literally within
And
a mile of where it owns land, it certainly has an impact and an interest in the quality of life. Now, just to quote a case, the protection of environmental and aesthetic interest is an essential aspect of Pennsylvanians' quality of life and a key part of local government's role. Local government has a substantial and direct interest in the outcome of litigation premised upon changes of land use that arise out of that. So, and if you want me to cite some cases, I will, but that's why the city has an integral interest in this, because not only does it have a financial interest, but it has a proximity interest, and it's acting on behalf of its citizens to protect the environment that directly affects its activities, its function, its recreational function, as well as the activities of its citizens.
I agree with the proximity issue. Do you have any case law that suggests that if there is a trail or a recreational area in an adjacent municipality or in one that's close in proximity to the municipality that's seeking standing, that their encouragement of that use then gives them some type of standing or party status?
I mean, if I may, it's a trail that is in our municipality until it crosses into
Right.
the municipality that's governed here. I mean, it is all one trail.
It's adjacent. It's immediately adjacent, and we're talking
And
about
contiguous.
Right.
You don't stop and turn around and stay in the city of Easton. You would keep going. I mean, you could.
There are no signs for Easton residents to stop here, turn back.
Right.
This sounds like this sounds like argument here. I think that we haven't elicited enough of the testimony to even support this argument yet. I think we're still in the process of that. There have been statements by Mr. Aztec about funding. I just think that maybe we need to establish the facts, and if this needs to be briefed, then we can brief it, but
Well, I think I testified that the city maintains the trail.
Within your municipality, right? So once we get to that line, which is about 9/10 of a mile away,
Correct.
then we're into Lower Saucon? No.
I think it's
Bethlehem.
I think it's Bethlehem Township at that point.
All right. But yes, you maintain within the limits of Easton, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Do you have additional questions, Mr. Aztec?
No.
Then, ma'am, you had some questions, right?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, my name's Claire Sadler,
How do you spell your last name?
Sadler.
Okay. Go ahead with your
I
question.
wanted to ask if we are able to see a Humor Park sign at the western limit of the City of Easton property there that would show the limits of Humor Park continue all the way to that western limit at the end of Hope Road. I have a picture here. Google Earth will show you as well. At the bottom of Hope Road.
I will allow you to give
So
information.
is there, are you
Hang on,
familiar
hang
with
on.
the sign at the bottom of Hope Road?
So, just a minute. I'm going to allow you to give us information,
Okay.
to give testimony,
Okay.
concerning this. All right, can we have her sworn?
I do.
Okay, so you have some information concerning the location of a sign for Hugh Moore Park, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, can you give?
You have her identify herself. She appears, she's going to be seeking party status soon. She has a uniquely vested interest on behalf of her organization.
Yeah, okay. You
What
gave
would
us
you
your
like?
name, right? And you're gonna be seeking party status?
I will, on the behalf of our organization,
And what organization is that?
the Delaware and Lehigh National Heritage Corridor.
Okay. All right, but you have some information concerning the location of a sign, is that correct?
Right, when the questions were coming up about the limits of Humor Park and the city-owned property, I wanted to point out that at the bottom of Hope Road, which is to the west of Route 33, so Route 33, yep. Near that yellow line, there is actually, if you could zoom in, and they did a very good job of actually starting pretty close to it, but just north of the little parking area that you can see, there is actually a wooden sign, Humor Park, City of Easton, sitting there to show the limits of Humor Park and the areas that the City of Easton maintains for the DNL Trail. So just south of the trailhead sign it says Bethlehem Boating Club there, the little green dot. There's a sign right about there at the bottom of the road that shows, so the questions of where Humor Park is, I think are pretty clear to anyone traveling the trail. And the city has even recently invested money in the trail there, so the improvements, I would say, would be maintaining a recreational trail for health and wellness of the residents and visitors would be. Okay, that's all.
We have a
So-
photo of the trail itself that is at those.
Okay.
Melissa, can you please pull up what you had up before? Melissa, please pull up what you had before. I think that I just want the record to be clear before there's a photo that's entered into the record, that we're clear on, that the record's clear on what the photo is of. So there's a yellow pinpoint. And what does that read?
Hugh Moore Park sign.
And then so now if you want to pull a photo up and you want to add that into the record, Mr. Aztec or Ms. Sadler, you're free to do that. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear where the photo was representing.
So the park would
Thank you.
extend to the edge of the river, not necessarily where the sign is, correct? That's where the.
Correct.
So
That is the western extent,
Right.
which is
So
what
if
we were looking for.
So if we're going to measure anything, we'd measure it up to the edge of the river.
Right, the city owns to the river bank, that area.
And I believe that's what that 0.9 mile measurement was from, right?
It might even be closer.
It looks like it may be closer from the map if you were to re-establish that.
I will note, measuring got pretty close considering, but I wanted to voice that earlier when the conversation was going.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sadler. Yeah, I mean, it does look like the line is,
It might be a little far east, but I don't think it's gonna be more than
Why don't we
a
just,
tenth or so.
just
We can-
measure it, measure the line from the yellow marker?
It's not from the yellow marker, though. That's where the sign is. The city owns to the river bank.
Okay.
So it'd be more maybe close to where that green image is, wherever that's the Bethlehem Boat Club, I think is the marking there.
Does the city own the Bethlehem Boat Club?
I'm unfamiliar with that organization, but the city would own to the river down from that road, and maybe it's, see the other road kind of zigs into the east there.
Further downriver.
It's probably about right. That's, I mean, we're splitting hairs, but I think that's probably about it. It's hard to tell going from my map, which admittedly was not great, to the Google image here.
Would it be accurate to say that the closest point is somewhere between 0.8 and 0.9 miles? I mean, we're ballparking here, and this is Google Earth, so we don't know where the lines are. No closer than 0.8?
I can't say no closer, but I think that's close enough.
Understood. I have a question about the kayak tour group that you testified about. Is that a tour group that is run by the city of Easton?
It's run by a business within the city of Easton.
So what
And
is,
they're in agreement with the city to use city facilities to storing and for gathering.
it's a private business, correct?
That's correct.
All right, are there any other questions? Okay, it has to be a question. Yes, sir. You have a question?
Yes. Okay. I'm here to represent the Delaware River Shad Fishermen's Association. And in the city park, at Humor Park, they maintain a tank that the city lets them use. And it's to raise the shad, for the restoration of the shad in the Lehigh River, as well as their shad and schools program.
This feels-
We need to have questions at this point.
Okay.
So you're going to be seeking party status for that organization later?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. You got?
I just have a quick question on the map being used right now.
Okay.
Is that the actual disposal limits, or is this the area of the trees that are getting cut down, or what are we actually looking at?
That's the limit of the property, is that correct?
No, the blue line is the disposal limit, and you'll see as we present our application throughout this process, you'll see where the trees are staying, what is proposed to be conserved, but that is the edge of the disposal footprint.
But the conditional use is with regard to the entire properties, as I understand it.
That's true, but I think
Do we
that
have the property limits?
So maybe we ought to show where the property limits are rather than just where.
we
the
can
disposal-
pull up, I think, Township exhibit with the conditional use application has one of the sheets of the plan.
Sir,
Yes.
I'm also questioning on the western portion of the property. I don't know if that's part of the conditional use hearing right now, but there was a section of land that was rezoned for their capping of their facility to the west of the current land.
Right.
Which I don't know if that's
I-
part of that either.
I think that's all the same property that we're talking about, correct?
I'm not sure I
Any
understand the question.
rezoned area?
Just to be clear, the disposal area on Google Earth was put on here for purposes of standing questions. It is not a representation of the project. It is not a representation, I mean, Mr. McLaren is correct in that there is some additional small disposal area on the west side that is going to be feathering out. No cursor, please. This will all be shown in great detail during the substantive testimony, but on the western side of the existing landfill, in order to close that area, there needs to be a feathering out. So it's a very small portion of the disposal footprint that will stretch out a bit of the existing landfill.
All right, hang on just for a second. Is there any aspect of the use that is going to be located to the east or north of what's been depicted here as the landfill area?
Again, it'll be easier to do this when we're going through our actual plans, but this area all up in here is all going to be preserved. This will be placed under a conservation easement. This area right here, there will be some grading associated with the construction of the landfill, but that will ultimately be landscaped. There may be I think there's maybe a stormwater basin, some stormwater management facilities like right in here. But the proposal is that all of these trees will stay in place. This will be re-landscaped. The trees along this stretch will stay in place with some supplemental landscaping, and nothing above. This is a little creek called Bull Run Creek, and nothing above that is going to be disturbed at all. And in fact, that is a portion of the property that historically was leased by the city of Bethlehem, which was the former owner of these parcels. It used to be leased to the Steel City Gun Club. Before we exercised our options with the city to purchase these parcels, the city terminated its lease with the Steel City Gun Club and moved some of its training operations to this existing area. And so the city of Bethlehem is running a leased facility for training purposes right here.
That's all rather interesting, but the application is for conditional use for the entire property. And, and everything that Ms. Garber has said is speculative. This is going to be, this is going to be, this is going to be. We can't do that. Mushroom Hill prohibits us from dealing with this is going to be. Is it or is it not? It's not part of the matter before you right now.
It
and
is.
Therefore, the land, this is the use for the land that is, there is no land development plan that is currently pending for us to deal with, other than your promises to do certain things.
All right, just to
So-
cut to the point, I would like to see the limits of the property. Do we have that on an exhibit?
We have,
Can you put it
we,
on this aerial?
you know what, maybe we can take a 5-minute break and
Okay.
I can pull up, maybe if we have what is Township Exhibit 2, whatever the application form was.
Okay.
There's a complete plan set in that exhibit, and that shows, it's a 12-page development, not a land development plan, but it's a 12-sheet plan set that shows what the proposed development is for purposes of the zoning approval.
Okay,
But
yeah, I
it's not
should take a look
proposed.
at
You
that.
see, that's the problem. The use is with regard to the property.
I agree.
That's where you're going.
I agree with you, all right? All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess, okay? Let me just take 5 minutes so I can review this. Thank you.
You're on my blind side, so you can't see. No, we're going to get people right now. I don't know, you tell me. I don't think so.
Stay tuned, people, we're on a 5-minute recess. Thank you for joining the regular Jim. Glad to see you here, glad to see everybody else. Any comments if you want to, but it seems you gotta be politically nice. No cuss words, lots of language, and so on. And keeping it together, just to let you know. We're here. We need to take action.
They can try to. That's why I'm keep asking, reaching out to the applicants, because they're obviously going to say, like, you know, this is really frustrating.
I'm loving it.
So I'm just trying to find out.
And the judge, I think he's gonna rule, this conditional use. I'm gonna testify later on.
track video, so it's like, it's kind of hard, sorry, to stand with the laptop.
If somebody puts something on the left side, you just keep, yeah. Copy of this. Do I have to give them this before?
You're gonna give it when they start coming into residence testimony.
Yes, here's what I did. Vicky told me to print up a copy of it.
Oh, that's
See,
fine.
when you do this on the computer,
I know, it's funky, so that's fine. You can do it like that. Yeah, you're
I
fine.
know, I'm not copying it for myself, so I did this too.
Yes, that's fine. And we'll take, we'll show it to people, and we'll take a picture. Okay, your testimony is gonna be why you get status. She's gonna try to get the same thing.
I get the questionnaire, right?
Well, you do, but
Well, then,
just, you
I'll
need
check
to
that.
focus on the distance of your house, odors, noise, and smell, and dust, dirt, all of that stuff,
Yeah, I got that.
okay? That's what you need to focus on.
What's the name of her company again?
Water, wind, air, and water, or something. She's an attorney. They're not gonna let you ask her questions. You get to participate as a party and ask any all the witnesses questions.
She's not gonna.
She's not a witness, no. She's their attorney. Okay? So you just want to be polite and kind. You're a victim. Play victim. Play victim. That's what you are. Okay? Noise, smell, dirt, birds. Okay? Stick to what you put on there, okay?
Morning, Dave. Thanks for coming. Find as many people as you can to log on and watch this. We're right now in a 5-minute recess.
All right. Okay, if everyone can return to their seats. Yes, you are. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Please take your seat. All right, before we get back into the testimony and evidence and then arguments on party status, I had a few people come up to me and just advise that they may have to leave at some point during the day. I will accept your party status applications, your written ones, but at some point you are going to have to present your request, your individual request for party status, and advise as to why you feel you are affected. If you want to leave your party status application, you can, but you would have to return at the next hearing and make a request. The requirement is that you make the request as early as possible. So I'm going to run through this today, and it looks like it's going to take the day. If we have to go into another hearing regarding party status requests, we will. But I can't guarantee that it's just going to continue, from hearing to hearing with respect to party status requests. I want them all to be completed before we get into evidentiary issues. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I would like to the use of the question of the delay tactic, because what I feel is happening is that all that questioning is going on so that people will leave.
Okay.
Request party status.
I'm going to rule on evidentiary issues. If there are questions that are not relevant, I will make a ruling on that. All right. And then please, the court reporter asked me to notify everyone that you need to come up to the microphone because he cannot hear when you're out in the audience. So please come up to the mic. Make sure you're directly next to the mic and utilizing it appropriately. All right. With that, Ms. Garber, you have some additional questions?
I do. Miss March, can you please on Google Earth pull up the location of the Schrin landfill? And can you put a pin at that location and then measure to the Hugh Park from the Schrin landfill?
The blue line is 0.52 miles.
I don't have any other questions. I object to the party status of the city of Easton.
Well, that wasn't a question.
I'll ask you a question. Does the marker on there accurately reflect where the Hugh Park is?
Well, Hugh Park is a large contiguous, or large piece of land that has
Okay.
been designated.
Can you
it's one portion
represent
of the
where
park.
the closest edge of the Humor Park to the Shrin landfill?
I mean, it does represent that one part of Humor Park is very close to a landfill. I'm not sure why we would want another part of Humor Park close to another landfill.
I haven't asked you that question. I'm just asking you to confirm the location of the Humor Park as represented on the Google Earth image,
Google appears to be correct.
okay? And we've measured that to the Shrin landfill. And Ms. March, if you could zoom in and show what the distance calculation is, so I can ask this witness what that distance calculation is as a question. Can you read that distance calculation on Google Earth?
I recall her saying it was a little over a half mile.
Yeah, 0.52.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions, and I object to the party status of the City of Easton.
Okay, all right, Mr. Clark. Well, let me ask the zoning officer for the township. And do you have a microphone over there, Mr. Young?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you perform a measurement from the limits of the applicant's property to the limit of the City of Easton property? The closest points between the two?
Closest point between the two is 0.77 miles.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, that is from the corner of the property, the applicant's property, to the westernmost part of the recreational area that's owned by Easton. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Can we have, Ms. March, the Google image that you prepared in connection with this witness's testimony marked as BLC? I think we're on number 3. Number 2. Excuse me, do you know which exhibit number we're on?
2, I believe.
I think it's BLC.
BLC 2.
If I may, I understand that measurement is a factor, but let's not rely upon artificial standards of just distance. As you well know, the cases deal with what the impacts are, and you've heard pretty compelling impacts of what this will have upon the City of Easton's interest in environmental protection and the recreational activities.
Mr. Aztec, are you representing the City of Easton here? Because this sounds like oral argument.
All right.
Well, no, but I'm a City of Easton resident, and I hike the trail, so I have an interest in this too, and I
Okay,
think the city has an
stop,
obligation
stop.
to protect me.
Come on, we need to have some decorum here. I am going to give you, as the solicitor, an opportunity to make a little bit of an argument regarding the impacts. You raised, I think, 3 or 4 specific issues: environmental impact, potential leachate, you raised odor, and then, of course, there are these impacts associated with recreational uses, not only on the river itself, but on the trail. And I certainly heard that the trail doesn't end right at the city limits. I understand that there are going to be residents that cross over that. But with respect to, the City of Easton itself, I need to appreciate and understand how the City of Easton is going to be affected with respect to environmental impacts, whether it be leachate or otherwise.
Well,
That may be because I have my fingers.
Oh, okay.
The volume down.
okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The city's concerns are, as you summarized, the odors, the leachate, the impact, negative impact from the use on both the river and the park area itself. The purpose of the park is, I feel ridiculous explaining this, but it's a place for residents of the city to be able to enjoy nature and to enjoy what you oftentimes can't enjoy within the bounds of a city, which is the woods, the animals, the river, and all of these things. And to deteriorate that will cause a serious impact on the city and the city's goals and growth. The part of our plan as a city to grow and to serve our residents involves providing outdoor recreational uses. The use of the park and the trail in particular has grown within the last decade by city residents. There was a time when you didn't go on to Humor Park unless you wanted to be robbed or worse. That time has long since passed, thankfully, and the city has every intent to maintain that and to continue to have its residents be able to enjoy the wildlife and the nature, and it is the concern of the city that this use will have impacts on, the expansion of this use, rather, will cause a detriment to both the river and the park itself.
Ms. Garber, do you want to give any argument on your objection, or you just want to state the standing objection? I mean, I appreciate, based on your questioning, what your objections are.
Yeah, I mean, I can elaborate. I think that the concerns that have been testified to are speculative. There's been no evidence that any of the properties or the trail to date have been impacted by the existing Bethlehem landfill. There's no evidence that their concerns about environmental impact or potential leachate are founded in any way. So while I can appreciate that there are those concerns, that's not the concerns are not the standard. The standard is that there's a direct, immediate, and substantial impact that is evidenced through testimony. And I think, given the distance from the proposed project, given the fact that they don't appear to have testified to any existing impacts from the existing landfill, given their proximity to the Schrin landfill, while I can appreciate the concerns, I don't think that those concerns elevate to the level that would justify giving them party status in this matter.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the arguments and all the questions on this one, and it is a very close call for me, I will say that. But I am going to grant party status to the city.
Thank you.
I don't think that. You have a volume knob over there or not?
I do, but it's because it's in the way. This has got to get moved up.
Well, why is that affecting it?
Because it's in front of
In front of what? That's not the issue. The issue is the volume knob of the amplifier. See, that has nothing to do with it. There's something wrong with it and he doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? You got me?
Yes, ma'am, before we get into the next witness, do you have a question?
I do, sir. You stated that you would take our party applications on papers, this is the day today?
Yes.
And then we could come back at another hearing? How would, do we submit that to you?
You can bring it up and put it right on the corner of my table here? Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we have Bethlehem Township, represented by...
Good morning. Good morning, Attorney McNair. Anthony Giovannini from the office of Brockle and DeVito, and for the court reporter, GIOVANNINI. Brockle and DeVito serves as solicitor to Bethlehem Township. We are here today specifically as it relates to Bethlehem Township's ownership of parcels of land that the D&L trail runs through. Piggybacking off of what Attorney Clark testified to, there is a certain boat club property. From that boat club property, moving west along the Lehigh River to the borough of Freemansburg, that portion of the D&L trail is owned on property owned by Bethlehem Township. Like my colleagues have testified to, the concerns of Bethlehem Township are environmental issues, namely odor, water table issues involving leachate, specifically as it relates to the north-facing slope, wind directions, and litter. Due to timing issues, I do not have any witnesses at this time, but we would like to reserve our rights at later hearings to put on our case accordingly. I do want to note the specific concerns. Bethlehem Township is concerned with the current planned expansion, specifically with the removal of forest cover from the steep north-facing slope of the mountain, which is directly across from the Bethlehem Township portion down to the Lehigh River. We are concerned with the destruction of this natural scenic landscape along the river, exposing visible landfill to the residents and those that utilize the D&L trail. We fear that exposure to Bethlehem Township residents and trail users will be harmed in enjoying the recreational activities that the D&L trail promotes, specifically with increases in noxious odors and any other landfill emissions that may occur. With respect to the forest cover, we also are fearful of the wildlife and the ecosystem overall, including other local area forests in and around the Lehigh River corridor that would be affected by this. With respect to our law, the Supreme Court has held that a political subdivision has a substantial, direct, and immediate interest in protecting the environment and the quality of life within its borders, which interest confers upon the political subdivision standing in a legal action to enforce environmental standards. Given the expansion of this use, obviously environmental standards come into play. Bethlehem Township being a political subdivision and the owner and steward of property along the Lehigh River directly across from this north-facing slope where there will be expansion, will have a substantial, direct, and immediate interest in what is being proposed. And that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with your materials, it appears that you submitted a map, is that correct?
That is correct. And if my colleague would be so kind enough to pull that map up.
Is this something that I can get a copy of? I haven't gotten a copy of whatever the submittal is.
I can provide you a copy of that.
And just for the record, with respect to the filled out party status application, there's what appears to be 2 pages worth of writing. It's argument concerning party status, and then the last page is a map that depicts in dark red an expansion area. It says pink area is a 1 mile radius and states yellow is a 1.5 mile radius.
Is,
It is. I apologize. I do not have a color
I don't have a
copy
color
for you.
copy of this. Are there facts in the write-up, Mr. McNair, or is that just legal argument?
I can provide counsel a copy. If
Thank
that would
you.
be easier. And what Attorney McNair is showing you is the exact same what is being proposed on the screen. If you'll note, the dark red area is the property in question, slated for expansion. You'll note the pinkish area are all radius within 1 mile of the property, and the yellow is 1.5 miles within.
I don't see any pinkish. Is that,
Pinkish, I'm calling it pinkish. Beigeish, pinkish, I apologize. And we have the yellow areas at approximately 1.5 miles.
those are all properties in the pinkish area that are owned by Bethlehem Township?
No, what this exhibit proposes is the area, radius of 1 mile, this specific area, from the landfill property. The Bethlehem Township properties run west from the boating club that was previously testified to by my colleague before me, west of that property along the DNL trail, okay, along the river here to the borough of Freemansburg. That whole portion of the trail down to the Lehigh River is owned by Bethlehem Township. So just for example purposes, if you look directly here from the subject property to here, we are right across the river.
Is
And I
there,
apologize that I do not have a direct and proper dimension as to what that is. I'm here on a little bit short notice, but as you can see, it is very close.
do you have a list of the parcel numbers?
I apologize, I do not have addresses nor parcels with me today, but I can produce them at a later date if and when we produce our case.
For the record, though, these parcels are directly across from the proposed expansion area, directly across the river.
Directly.
All right.
Is there a way to zoom in on this map so we can, so you can actually at least point to the parcels that are across from the proposed project? And is this map being marked as an exhibit?
We can, yeah, why don't you go ahead and mark it, and why don't we mark the entire submission, so it's the 2 pages of text as well as the map. You want that Bethlehem one?
Bethlehem Township one.
Bethlehem Township
Yes.
one?
Is there a way to put a mark on the particular parcels that you're going to identify? I don't know what your technology is over there.
So I could tell you that moving, actually, this is a little bit more helpful if I may.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I cannot introduce this as an exhibit as it is not mine, but it can be helpful to the hearing officer and counsel to.
If George Washington were there, would he be able to throw it across the river and hit it?
Attorney Aztec,
What
yes, that is true.
What's that document? Okay.
Maybe approach?
Why don't I come to you?
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to use them.
So what we have here is the Hugh Park parcel owned by the city of Easton that Attorney Clark testified to. Directly adjacent to the west of that is the Bethlehem Boating Club parcel. Starting, I do not know.
Okay.
I apologize, I do not know. From here on over is owned by Bethlehem Township all the way to the borough of Freemansburg.
All right, now, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Showing us on the map again with respect to those parcels.
So if we could pan slightly to the east. If somebody could pan that map slightly to the east. Thank you. So here is Route 33. So starting from here over, all along the river, and I want to point out these specific areas here. Heading west all the way to the borough of Freemansburg, that portion of the DNL trail, that is those are parcels, and they are owned by Bethlehem Township.
Okay, and Bethlehem Township maintains the trail in that area?
Yes, they maintain that trail. They have rules and regulations. They treat those portions of the trail as township park.
Okay. All right.
One further thing,
Yes.
at the start of the Bethlehem Township portion of the trail, that is one of the areas where they have posted their rules and regulations.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Garber, do you have questions?
Just one or two. So those are those individual parcels that are owned, or are they all consolidated? If they're not consolidated, are they part of bigger parcels with easements? I'm just curious as to sort of the shape and nature of the ownership.
I don't have that specific information, but I can tell you from the point of origin at the Bethlehem Boating Club all the way to the borough of Freemansburg, those portions of the trail, if there are multiple parcels, there very well may be, are owned by the Township of Bethlehem.
Owned in fee simple?
Correct.
As the owner of those parcels, what are the impacts to those parcels that are currently being experienced by the existing Bethlehem landfill?
I can't testify to any specifics that are currently experienced by the township, but I will note that our concerns relate to the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill.
Do you know if Bethlehem Township received notice of this hearing?
They did not. Not that I am aware of.
We did meet the notice requirements under the Lower Saucon Township zoning ordinance, so if there's a suggestion that we didn't, I want to make it clear that we did.
What I was hoping to hear is that they were within the 200 or 300 feet, and maybe they're not. Maybe they're just outside of it.
We were provided a list of property owners within 200 feet, and we provided notice to all the property owners within that distance.
Did the zoning officer weigh in on this, or do you not send notices cross boundaries?
No, I believe they were sent, even if it was outside of the township.
It was any property within 200 feet. They are 370 feet, 378 feet across the river.
Right, so notices, I believe, went out up to 300 feet, is that right? 200. 200, okay. Sir, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. My name's Russell Sutton, and I went to all the local municipalities and presented to Hellertown, Bethlehem Township, and Freemansburg. They were not notified at all about this landfill. I can tell you that because I presented them. I canvassed all these areas.
I need you to get to a
And if I can
question.
come to the map here.
Are you getting to a question, though?
Yeah, right here, all along here are hundreds of houses that are directly affected by the landfill. They're right across from the landfill.
And those people can come in and request party status individually. What we're seeking right now is to figure out whether or not the township itself gets party status.
Right.
So they have given us information that they own properties right there.
Right.
But you're not asking questions. All right, you can have a seat. Do you have any other questions, Ms. Garber?
No questions.
Do you have an objection?
I don't have an objection.
All right, very good. Bethlehem Township will be a party to the proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, there are two organizations who have identified themselves this morning, and I would ask that perhaps they be permitted to seek party status now. The first is the DNL, and the other would be the Shad Fishermen. So Claire Sadler had already appeared.
All right, that's fine. I think we've gotten through 4 attorneys. You wish to defer your request, Mr. Aztec?
Yes, if the organizations are here, I
Okay.
would very much like them to participate.
All right.
Just-
Ma'am, are you representing one of the organizations?
No,
Oh.
I have party status and I have a question.
Well, we have not recognized party status yet, except for the 4 who have been recognized so far.
Well, this is also an attorney, so I have a question.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, you can ask. Go ahead and ask your
My
question.
name is Margaret Segline.
Right there.
My name is Margaret Segline, and I have a question of the landfill's attorney.
Okay, we're not doing that right now. We're not asking questions of the attorney. What we're entertaining right now are requests for party status. So if you are a resident, or you're representing an organization, or you're an attorney representing.
I am a resident and I have party
And you're
status.
going to ask for parties. You're going.
No,
to-
I already have party status.
And that's based on my admitting you as a party?
Well, there was some confusion about how you obtain party status.
Okay, the only way you get party status is if me, the hearing officer, grants you party status.
Okay.
All right,
So I'll hold my question until later.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Although I do not represent the DNL, I'd like Claire Sadler to approach the podium and request her organization's party status.
All right. Okay, Ms. Sadler, let's state your name and then the organization name.
Yes, Claire Sadler, Delaware and Lehigh National Heritage Corridor, Inc.
Now, one more time, Delaware and Lehigh.
Delaware and Lehigh National Heritage Corridor, Inc.
Okay. You wish to request party status on behalf of that corporation?
I do wish to request party status on behalf of the DNL.
All right. Can you give us a description of the organization first?
Yes, the Heritage Corridor is a 5-county area designated by U.S. Congress in 1988 to help preserve and celebrate the story of the anthracite coal moving through this region from the mines to the market and fueling the American Industrial Revolution in the Bethlehem area, and repurposing using adaptive reuse of the historic transportation route, which includes both Lehigh Canal and Delaware Canal towpath and Lehigh Valley Railroad, connecting over 165 miles of multi-use trail from Wilkes-Barre to Bristol.
Okay. Do they have any relationship to the trail that was just testified to?
That is the DNL trail, yes. So at my measurement, the closest we fall is less than 1/4 of a mile, but there are trailheads all along that section.
Okay. What does the organization do with respect to the trail in that specific area?
We are in charge of coordinating the ownership council. So we gather some of these landowners you've been hearing from this morning to make sure that there's a consistent signage and use and promotion along the entire trail. Relevant to this area, also have helped install signage with the trail landowners. We have held events along it, and we have a nationally recognized health and wellness program with St. Luke's University Health Network that holds events on that, the Get Your Tail on the Trail program.
Okay. Do you have members of the organization?
Yes, we are a nonprofit supported by federal, state, local funding, and also memberships.
And do any of your members live within 200 feet of the parcel?
I cannot say for sure whether they do or not. I know we have board members and staff members that are within a 1/2 mile. I don't know about the 200 feet.
All right. And so you don't know whether or not any of your members specifically received a notice concerning this morning's hearing?
I do not know. Have not had time to check on that.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to present regarding your request for party status? You know, how the organization is going to or potentially would be affected by the application?
So reasons I listed here for alleged impact would obviously be the foul odors smelled by trail users, which is already documented in the current documents for the landfill as it stands today. And the negative economic impact that this will bring because of people, if you think about it, people are coming to use the DNL trail for 3-day trips and stopping at bed and breakfasts and at restaurants along the way. This portion falls right in the middle of the 165 miles. And the odors, bird droppings, truck noise, views of a landfill are not going to draw people from outside areas and bring that economic impact. And we do have ready for the future, we have our economic impact studies to be able to share. And other points. I just also want to note that the 9/11 National Memorial Trail chose to overlay the DNL Trail in this area when they planned their route from Washington, D.C. to the Pentagon and from the Pentagon to Shanksville. So we do have areas that overlay there.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to present before I allow for questions?
No, we'll save the rest for hopeful witness testimony.
Okay. Ms. Garber, do you have questions?
I do, thank you. So, Ms. Sadler, you talked about your organization's role in maintaining, well, let me ask this question. How is your role different than the underlying owners, such as the City of Easton or Bethlehem Township, who testify that they own the land upon which the trail is located in this stretch and that they maintain those trails?
We are the organization deemed to collaborate and coordinate with all of those landowners to have a cohesive experience along the DNL Trail. We provide funding through sub-grants to those landowners. We provide trail tenders, which are the volunteers that help with that maintenance and otherwise support the promotion along those sections that you've already heard about today.
So in terms of the impact of the proposed expansion on those stretches of trail, is the impact on your organization different from the impact on those stretches of trail that are owned by Bethlehem Township and the City of Easton?
I would say yes, because we actually have, as we were asked, we have members that choose to support our organization because of the connectivity of the DNL Trail and the role that it's playing to preserve the heritage along the canal towpath. We operate the mule-drawn canal boat in Humor Park that we talked about earlier. And I would, if I were a member of the organization, I would be a lot more hesitant to use the trail when it has a landfill right along it. So I am a member.
In terms of just in trying to sort of parse the impact to the trail as has been articulated by the owners and of those properties and who maintain the trail, what your organization does that they do not do is it runs the barge ride. Is that what you said?
We do run the barge, but what I also was saying was relevant to members supporting our organization for the whole connectivity of the trail.
Sure, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on the barge. So does your organization own the barge and run the barge?
Yes, we also own the canal boat. It's been operating since 1977, and we have own the two mules. We work with the city to be able to operate our canal boat within the canal and Humor Park that the city owns.
And that those boats run up and down the canal, both east and west of where the proposed expansion is that correct?
No, those boats operate in the Section 8 of the Lehigh Canal, which is just downstream and east of this area, in Humor Park, which we've talked about earlier, in the main area of Humor Park.
Okay, so that main area of Humor Park where we measured the distance from it a bit earlier, that I think was, Melissa, can you pull up BLC, I believe it was 2, and just confirm what the distance is. I just want to clarify and make sure we understand how close those rides go to where the proposed project is.
Can measure from the dam. The chain dam is the western extent of where our boat ride turns around on Section 8 of the Lehigh Canal.
So I'm going to ask Ms. March to go ahead and mark that additional point. Ms. Sadler, when we get to it, you can direct her where that dam is, and we'll put a third, I think it might be a third point on that exhibit.
The red line that we originally measured was 3.54 on BLC2.
And if you could zoom in a little bit more on, thank you, that your hand is right across the chain dam, and just actually even a little further west of it, you'll see the canal. So just south of the dam, you see the canal.
Do you want to use the pointer, Ms. Sadler?
Sorry, didn't realize it was here. Yep. Thanks. Yes, the canal terminus is right here where the canal boat turns around. Thank you. Sorry.
So that point would be the closest that the canal boat gets to the
boat,
proposed
yes.
expansion?
Yeah,
Okay.
when we're specifically talking about our boat operations, that is the point that it gets closest to.
Miss March, can you measure that distance, please? And mark it with a different color.
Can we please use the map as the hearing officer had designated, reflecting the boundaries of the property rather than just your blue
Sure.
identified area?
Yep. I mean, it's not going to be exact because we don't have that overlain on here, but Melissa, can you pull a point out? Maybe we can agree on where that might be on here.
Well, okay, it was your request, so I'm doing my best here.
Do you want us to try to generally mark where the property line is?
Yeah, I don't need an exact point, but if you can indicate where the property
We
limits
could
are.
use the Northampton County GIS data that's available to the public if you'd like.
But I don't know that we can overlay that on Google Earth here. So we're just
Okay.
trying to pinpoint it on this exhibit, which, just to give this perspective, this is right around where Bull Run Creek is. And so the limit of the expansion is going to run up here, and it probably is about here.
So there'd be no tree clearing beyond there?
There won't be any tree clearing here, and certainly beyond there. When we get into the specifics of the project, you'll see that this isn't even part of the area that's zoned for landfill, this corner of the property. And there is going to be all of these trees here and up here are going to be preserved, but we'll get into that later.
I think we ran this movie before. I think the hearing officer indicated that he wanted to see the boundaries of the property because the property use is the one
Yes,
before
and
us,
yep,
not
and
your speculation as to what you intend to do.
Understood. So the limit of the use that we're seeking is south of Bull Run and runs right around here. So this would be about the point.
How about on the, I guess it's the eastern side?
Here?
Yes.
This is right about the boundary of the use.
That's right on the property limits?
Well, I mean, the disposal area is not right on the property limits because there's setback requirements, but it generally, maybe it's here.
Okay.
And it comes around like this because we own this property as well. But this is not the disposal area.
Okay, I got it.
So I think that's generally, for purposes of standing, I don't know that it's gonna be 20 feet one way or the other.
I think we've established that the land managed by the Heritage Corridor is literally across the river, just like Bethlehem Townships. They're the ones that manage and operate the trail owned by Bethlehem Township.
The trail is
I don't
along
have
the
to go any
entire
further than that.
towpath, which is linear.
Yeah, but I need to allow Ms. Garber to make a record and ask questions if she's going to have an objection. So she can ask her questions.
Okay, so I think what I was responding to is I was asking for my colleague to measure the distance from the closest point at which the barge operates and measure that to the proposed project. And as Mr. Astek pointed out, that he didn't think the measurement was appropriate to the disposal area and wanted us to be responsive to your request to measure these things from the boundary of the project, I suppose, or the property line, the area where this project is proposed, the use. And so I think what we just established is, Melissa, did you do a pinpoint? This yellow tack.
It's white.
Sorry, white tack is generally the vicinity of the limit of the project. And in fact, anything north of Bull Run is not zoned for a landfill use. And so although it's technically part of the...
You cannot interject, all right? I'm listening to Ms. Garber at this point. Continue.
Where this white tack marker is, that is the outside limit of the land upon which this use is proposed. And so I've asked Miss March now to measure that distance, and I can't really see it on here. Miss March, did you measure the white thumbtack to the location that Miss Sadler testified to in terms of the closest that the barge ride gets to the proposed project?
That is 3.10 miles.
Okay, and just for the record, that line is now going to be in green. Is that correct, Ms. March?
Yes.
Okay. And just to clarify, Ms. Sadler, either the City of Easton or the Bethlehem Township, as the owners of that land, they maintain the trail in that area. Is that correct?
They are the ones responsible for the rules, regulations, and maintenance. We assist with that maintenance through our trail tenders and our funding.
Understood.
If that is going to be the record, could we also make a mark from the nearest point of the DNL trail on the towpath to the property or the conditional use boundary so that it's clear that DNL, Delaware and Lehigh National Heritage Corridor use is not focused around our canal boat area, it is focused on the trail use.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And I think we received some evidence from the prior witness
Yes.
concerning
Yes.
that, so.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Do you have any additional questions?
No additional questions. I'd like to note my objection. For the record, I don't think that the DNL has a specific interest with respect to this specific stretch of trail, which is owned by other entities, maintained by other entities. And the only specific thing that they do that the City of Easton and Bethlehem Township do not do with respect to this stretch here is the operation of the barge, which is over 3 miles away from the proposed project.
May I inquire, because I think I can countermand that argument very quickly.
I would be happy to object to that too.
Two exhibits, if I may.
Let me ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Do you think there's any authority or case law that suggests they have to have an interest that's different or distinct from Bethlehem Township or any municipality?
Let me put a finer point on that. Yeah, I get it. I understand. To the extent that there is a specific impact with respect to this project that differentiates them from other entities that are impacted, I think that their interests obviously are like in the corridor at large. But with respect to impacts of this particular project on this particular stretch, you know, I would assert that they don't have a direct, immediate, and substantial interest. So, you know, we can brief that if you'd like.
They have.
I'm not going to ask you to brief it. I thought maybe you were asserting that, you know, each individual that comes forward or each party that comes forward would have to have some distinct interest that's not covered by someone else. And this isn't like a motion to intervene or something like
Correct.
that.
That's not what I was suggesting.
Okay. All right.
There are scenic and conservation easements to which this organization is directly the beneficiary. And I'd like to show them to Ms. Sadler and ask her to identify these documents that were recorded in the Recorder of Deeds office that specifically reference the corridor which they maintain.
All right, I'll allow you to do that.
So I'm going to show you scenic and conservation easement, former Helms property adjacent to City of Bethlehem Landfill, docketed in the Recorder of Deeds office in 1994-6-13081, I believe. And the other scenic and conservation easement, former Bethlehem Steel property adjacent to City of Bethlehem Landfill, recorded in volume 1994-8-012074, pertaining to the subject property of this appeal, and ask you to read the last sentence of paragraph 3 and the full paragraph 8 of these documents in each of them.
I'm going to be able to read it. I don't need you to read that out loud. I will review that. Why don't we have these marked, Mr. Aztec?
We'll mark them Petrie 1 and Petrie 2. He'll be my lead client party here in this matter.
Okay.
But just so it's noted, There's conservation easements encumbering this property, the beneficiary of which is the organization in question.
I'm going to just object. I think that the documents speak for themselves, and whether the DNL organization is a beneficiary is, in my position, clear that they're not. They're certainly referenced in there, and Mr. McNair, if you want to read them and determine whether by virtue of that gives them standing, that's fine, but I don't think that it is appropriate for us to get into a conversation about whether they're a beneficiary or not for legal purposes.
I would ask that if it's going to sway your opinion one way or another, let's read them now. If you feel like you've already heard enough to deem that the Delaware and Lehigh National Heritage Corridor has party status, they probably don't need to be read right now. But yes, we are listed in both of those.
And that is merely to supplement the testimony that you've already heard concerning they're probably the most important organization being affected by this, because they're the ones who are designated not only by an act of Congress, but multi-counties and multi-municipalities to provide recreational facilities for the citizens of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
I do think the difference, to respond to Ms. Garber's objection with what the municipalities themselves do for the DNL Trail and what we do for the DNL Trail, is that we are the convener, the only one that's the spokesperson for the whole trail. We are the ones that do the economic impact studies, being able to show back in 2012, which we've come a long way since then, $19 million of economic impact along the trail. And since then have been the ones that have been committed, have had millions of dollars committed just in the last year to closing the gap in Allentown. This would create an area where people would definitely not want to be using the trail, coming for those multi-day trips. So I think that we definitely have a similar but augmenting interest to the municipalities that own the trail.
Okay, and I will state, I don't believe you need to establish that you have any distinct interest from the municipality. But based on the evidence that's been presented, I will grant party status to Delaware.
Thank you very much.
There was one individual who had identified himself from the Shad Fishermen's Organization. Since he is a representative of an organization, I would ask that he be called next to establish his standing. Again, I don't represent them, but they did identify themselves.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you state your name and then state the organization that you're here to represent?
Duke Smith, Delaware River Shad Fishermen's Association.
Is this sworn testimony?
Do you have one of these
Yeah.
papers that you
Hang
filled
on a
out?
second.
Yeah, if you could bring that up. All right, thank you. And we'll have you sworn in by the stenographer. We had Ms. Sadler sworn in previously, of course, and we're going to have you sworn in at this time.
Okay.
And it was Duke, what's the last name?
Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, you may proceed.
Okay, like our interest is, we're concerned about any tributaries to the Delaware, the Lehigh River, the preservation of any waterway. And we're working on recovery of the shad into the Lehigh River with some success. And then directly in the Humor Park, we have a tank which we use to raise baby shad for putting into the Lehigh River. And we have a program for the schools called Shad in Schools, where the school districts will get the babies, the eggs, and raise them, and then dump them into a tributary of the Lehigh or the Delaware River. And we're concerned about the deforestation, as well as damage to the tributaries to the Lehigh, specifically the Bull Run Creek, and then the leaching, and as far as disturbing the aquifer as well.
So you just mentioned, I think you said Bull Run Creek?
Yes.
Okay, and where is that specifically?
It's a tributary, it's on the north face of the project, like into the Lehigh River. It's like a little unnamed tributary creek.
Okay. What's the proximity of that to the applicant's property?
I don't have that information right in front of me, but it's right there.
We believe that it's on the property.
Yeah, it actually starts, the head of it would start into the property.
So the leachate from this landfill would naturally infiltrate
I'm
into the
objecting to
Bull
that.
Run. You'll hear
Yeah.
testimony about that later.
Well, I need to hear it from the party requesting party status. So it's that tributary specifically that you have a concern about, and then the Lehigh River itself?
Yes, the Lehigh River itself.
The conditional use application makes reference to Bull Run, and the stormwater runoff from the landfill proposed area runs into Bull Run. If you take a careful look at the application.
I'm going to
think
object
there's,
to any testimony about the technical aspects of the project from Mr. Aztec. Any implication or outright allegation that leachate is going into Bull Run or leachate is going into the Lehigh River or stormwater is going into Bull Run are unfounded, and this is not the time or place to even have that expert testimony. That's certainly not being offered by an expert here.
And you have a hearing officer, I'm going to ignore anything related to evidentiary issues concerning whether leachate is getting into these. I just need to figure out where everything is and whether or not there's potential impact.
His testimony is that the impact from this affects Bull Run, which affects his shed and the organization which they promote.
I get it. All right. So, Mr. Smith, is there anything else you want to present regarding party status for Delaware River Shad Fishermen's Organization?
No, just that we represent a lot of different, there's a lot of other different sportsmen's federations that are like a sister club to that, and it's just quite a few people that this affects. It's not just from this area, it's the whole run of those shad.
Do you, have specific members of your organization?
This has all been very short notice, I can get that.
No, I'm not asking you to tell me who they are.
Right, but we have members that live right there too as well, in that
Okay,
area.
and that's what I'm getting at. When you say you have members that reside right there, do you know where they reside, how close they reside?
Within a few miles.
Okay. Any closer than, can you give me anything closer than a few miles?
No, not without seeing it.
All right. And, okay, where do you reside?
I reside right up the street here in Salisbury Township.
All right. Any additional information from me, or can I allow questions at this point?
You can allow questions.
All right, Ms. Garber?
Just a couple of questions. So if I understand it, your concern as an organization is about a potential negative impact of the project on the quality of the water in the Lehigh River
Yes,
and its impact on the fish.
yes.
And how is a concern about potential impacts that your organization has any different than concerns that any other citizen in the area might have about potential impacts from the project? I'm trying to understand, like, what is your organization's specific interest with respect to the impacts that you're concerned about?
The restoration of the American shad in the Lehigh River. They've been threatened for quite a few years, and we're starting to make some progress on it.
Does your organization research any other potential negative impacts to the river from any other
Yes.
development or facilities?
Yes.
And what are those?
Marseille's shale drilling on the upper Delaware River. Basically anything that impacts any of the waterways or tributaries of the Delaware River or the Lehigh River.
Has your organization ever sought party status in any of these kinds of proceedings with respect to other projects?
I can't answer that for sure, but I believe so, yes, as far as the Marcellus shale drilling.
What is your role in the organization?
I'm a member.
Is there a president of the organization?
Yes.
Or at an executive board?
Yes.
So you're here as a member. As a member, would you be privy to all of the information?
Yes.
If I could just finish my question. Would you be privy to all of the information with respect to whether your organization has been given party status in other matters?
Yes, I would.
And so I'll ask the question again. Has your organization ever been given party status in this kind of proceeding anywhere?
I'm not sure. I haven't researched that information. I just found out about this recently, like in the last few hours to get here.
So what is, I want to understand, you're concerned about negative impacts on the Lehigh River. What is the basis for your concern specifically?
The deforestation of the hill and as far as any leaching and runoff.
Do you have any evidence of the risks of leachate and runoff, or you just, perhaps reasonably because you don't know enough about the project, is it a general concern?
I would say at this point it's a general concern, but I don't, like I said, I've just found out about this, so I haven't had a chance to jump in there and look at everything.
I understand, thank you. I'm going to object to the party status of the Shad Fishermen's Organization. Their concerns are speculative and indistinguishable from any other citizen in the area with respect to general concerns, and I don't think that they meet the standard for party status in this proceeding.
I'd like to ask a couple questions, please.
All right, I have a couple questions first, but I'll allow that. So, Mr. Smith, you mentioned deforestation, right?
Yes, specifically on the north slope.
On the north slope, okay. And so how does that affect what you're seeking to preserve, or how is that a concern of yours, or why is that a concern of yours?
Well, it's a natural buffer and a filtration for the leach water to come into the river and just the aquifer itself. And that's a steep hilled area. So when that's deforestation, you'll have a lot of runoff and silt going into the river.
Is there going to be any deforestation that you're aware of in the area of Bull Run Creek?
Yes.
And do you have any concerns about the temperature of the water and the health of the fish based on deforestation?
Yes, it's been proven that it'll raise the water temperature, and there is native brown trout in that stream.
I just have to object to anything that is alleged to be proven. I don't think there's any basis for that.
All right, any other questions?
So please explain to us in a little bit more detail how deforestation affects water quality, water temperature, and the habitat of animals that reside there, and particularly the fish that your organization is designed to protect and preserve.
I'm going to object unless Mr. Aztec wants to establish this witness as an expert witness with the qualifications and the expertise to testify to those kinds of things. I don't think that that's appropriate testimony.
I think they want to do that later. I just think for our purposes, he has to establish that his organization has an interest in
Allow me
this.
to rule on an objection. I'm going to overrule it. If you can answer that.
Okay.
All right, I'm not asking for expert testimony.
Right. I'm not a biologist, I'll say that. But I've been out there my whole life. I grew up in this area. I've seen all the destruction on many of these watersheds. And what he's getting at is when you deforest it, the shade is very important. Also the roots hold all the banks together. That keeps the streams from getting wider and shallower. And then what happens when you disrupt that and you take that canopy off, a lot of the insect life, which these smaller fish feed on, it disrupts that and destroys those hatches, and as well as the water temperature without the shade and without the roots to hold the bank systems in place. Wider and shallower, which also raises. And the native species that are there, the trout, as well as the shad, rely on cool water. So that'll slowly, that water temperature goes up, and you'll see less and less of these different species.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
No. All right. I am going to allow Delaware River Shad Fishermen's Organization to become a party to the proceeding.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Aztec, how about you and your clients?
We are ready to proceed. When are we going to take our lunch break, just so you know? Just so we know.
I'd like to take the lunch break at 12:30. But we do have to have a discussion regarding scheduling issues.
If there are folks who have to go, I would ask leave to allow them to come forward before I get to my people, because I think most of my people will stick around for the duration. So I would ask that
All
anybody
right,
who
I'll
has to
try to
leave.
get, yep, I'll try to
roll
get
now.
through a few others then. Sir?
Is it okay if I just
And-
hold on to this until, I have my reasons.
Sure.
listed.
We're gonna need you to state your name and your address.
It's Matthew McLaren, and it's 2198 Riverside Drive, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 18015.
Can you spell your last name?
MCCLARIN.
All right. And can you tell us where your property is in relation to the applicant's parcels?
Yeah, so I live in Steel City. I'm to the west of the current landfill and expansion. I don't know if you want to bring it up on the map. or
Yeah,
not.
would it be all right if we mark
Yes.
this now? All right, Mr. McLaren, can you say what your specific address is again for my
Two-
colleague?
2198 Riverside Drive. And this is the point was trying to make earlier. There's actually a section to the west of the current proposed conditional use that is probably right around the same distance to my house, if not right around the same.
Yes, there is a small portion of new footprint that is to the west. And I'm just trying to figure out whether we can ballpark that on here based on the conditional use plans. I'm gonna ask one of my clients to walk up to the screen and sort of point that out with me. I don't know, Ms. March, if you can then sort of put a line on that to represent that portion of the existing landfill that will move out slightly to the west, but let's give it a shot.
Generally speaking, it's great.
So from there, the line, so this is the end of the existing landfills right here. It would be, yeah, that's probably about right. It's specifically noted on the conditional use plans, so you can see like exactly what the limitations of that are, but I think for purposes of this, you can see, just so everyone's clear, this is where the existing landfill is right now, and there would be some disposal area coming out here to the west.
And it appears to me, I'm looking at the application, it appears that in attachment 2, that area looks like a long orange rectangle is depicted as.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I have it in front of me as to where that is. I appreciate you pointing that out, Mr. McLaren.
Yep.
So can we do an approximate distance from that area to his property? Did you receive any notices, written notices regarding today's hearing?
I don't believe so formally from the township, no.
All right, so let's just take a measurement.
We have a map showing precisely where the strip of land is.
Okay.
I have 0.50 miles.
All right.
And that's represented by a blue line from 2198 Riverside Drive to that red line that we just drew.
Okay, you may proceed.
So I just have a list of impacts, and they're pretty much, I just went through the zoning ordinance as it is now. So one would be value of real property. So property values is one of my concerns. Noise disruption, I have documented February 13th just from their existing landfill at 6:30 a.m. There was backup alarms and dozer tracks that you could actually hear in the neighborhood. Oh, I'm sorry. My other concerns would be air quality, odors, and health. One, if you notice on that map, is that the landfill is going to, or is proposing to go further north. We do get, in times of like when the wind goes from east to west, a little bit of obviously odors. We get quite a few, but I think that impact will be a lot worse, just because you could see the way the two are oriented now. We also have odor problems when I would think the humidity changes real bad in the summer with temperature changes. And there was also a odor back in 2015. There was a DEP study done, a minimal study done on some of these issues, which I have, but you know, I can save it for later.
Yeah, and I'm
I
not
don't want to get
asking you
into
to
specifics.
Right. I'm not asking you to get into specifics, just the impacts that you're experiencing and what you foresee based on.
And then I just have one other thing, is that is also, as you can see, our community is basically, there's one way in, and then it'd be two ways out. There's also a Norfolk Southern train line that is right next to the river on our side, and any potential runoff from obviously deforestation up there in the top, Riverside Drive has been known to basically flood at certain times of the year, and it's been closed numerous times. So, you know, any regrading of an area on top of that mountain is very, very, you know, likely to cause more problems. Where obviously, if there's a train derailment at the, you know, front of this neighborhood there, obviously, we all be hiking it over the mountain if that road was inaccessible.
Okay. All right, Ms. Garber, do you have questions?
Just a couple. Mr. McLaren, when did you buy your property?
When did you buy your property in blue there? That's what I'd like to ask you.
So you are here to answer questions.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted to get on the record that I'd like to ask them the same thing. But I bought my property in probably right around 2010, before the landfill was up over the top of the mountain. I just wanted to make that clear too, before the retaining wall was built up there. Go ahead, next.
So you said you experienced some noise impacts from the landfill on February 13th at 6:30 a.m.
That is correct.
Did you call that complaint into the township?
No, I didn't. No, I did not. But I believe someone did. I contacted a council member, and she contacted someone from the township.
Do you know if the landfill was contacted about that? Or did you ever hear from the landfill in terms of a response?
No, I got no. Nope.
Have you ever contacted the landfill about any impact that you thought you were experiencing from the landfill?
Yes, I have in the past. I was in close communication with some of the people from IESI back in 2015 when they were proposing the last expansion.
Okay, so was it only during that time period, to your best of your recollection, that you contacted the landfill directly about potential issues?
I can't recall.
Other than the noise impact that you experienced on February 13th, can you think of any time in the past 4 years that you've experienced an impact from the landfill that you reported to anyone?
Reported? I think I've made myself pretty clear at council meetings and stuff like that. And I think I want to also make myself clear is that your current property that you're operating under is totally separate from what you're proposing. So, you know, as a neighboring property owner, I think we are all in assumption based on the value, based on the life of your landfill to where it was, that we had 4 more years of this, not another 40. So I think that, you know, as far as being relevant, I think that's, you know, pretty irrelevant. It's not like, you know, we saw an end to this, you know. So that's what I'm getting at.
So in terms of within the past 4 years, have you ever experienced an impact from the landfill that you've reported to anyone? Is the answer to that no?
Yes. The Township Council, yes.
And was that at the time of the perceived impact?
Not directly after, but I've made myself very clear over the years the impacts of the landfill on my property at council meetings, at other meetings within the township. I think everyone is very aware of that.
I understand. I guess really what I'm trying to get at is, have you ever experienced a potential impact from the landfill and called either the township or DEP or the landfill about it so that that potential impact could be investigated and determined as to whether it was actually coming from the landfill or some other source?
I really don't know at 6:30 in the morning where a bulldozer would be operating with backup alarms standing in my yard. So yes, I have this documented, and I have made myself very clear to the township over the years.
You just played a recording. Was that recording recorded by you in your backyard?
This was recorded by me on my backyard, on my porch,
From the existing landfill?
from the existing land.
And the
Oh, okay, all right, stop.
Mr. McLaren, in terms of odor impacts, have you ever experienced an odor impact that you believe to be from the existing Bethlehem landfill?
Yes.
And how did you know that those odors were coming from the Bethlehem landfill and not another source?
I honestly, like I said, I moved to this neighborhood in like 2009, whatever it was. And it wasn't until you came over top of that mountain that everyone in this neighborhood started smelling a really bad smell. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out where it's coming from. That's all I'm saying.
Do you know where the city of Bethlehem sewage treatment plant is?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask my colleague to, on Google Earth, pull up the location of the Bethlehem sewage treatment plant.
So I'd like to make it on the record, as you can see, when you get a west to east wind from where that sewage plant is, it doesn't even come close to my house. It's not even on the same side of the mountain, really.
Just for the, so the record
That's my
is,
record.
so the record is clear, the yellow tack on what we're going to mark as BLC 3.
I think this is irrelevant to the issue at hand, so I'd object to this.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can ask the question.
So, Mr. McLaren, are you aware of the existence of the City of Bethlehem sewage treatment plant?
Yes, I am.
And does that yellow tack represent where that is located?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you think that people have ever confused odors coming from the Bethlehem sewage treatment plant?
Objection to the form of
Yeah,
question.
hang on. Are you able to distinguish between the odors from the sewage plant and the trash and the landfill?
Yes, I am.
All right.
And I have yet to ever smell the sewage plant to my house. Obviously, you can see on that map, it's pretty hard for those odors to be
Okay.
there.
Have you ever smelled it when you've either driven by it or walked by it or been close to the sewage plant?
Yes, I have.
All right. Okay. Any other questions?
I don't have any other questions.
Any objection?
I'm going to object to the standing of Mr. McLaren because I don't think that it's clear from the record that the impacts that he's concerned about from the potential proposed expansion are any more than speculative. The majority of the proposed expansion is further away from his home than the existing landfill, and so that's the basis for my objection.
All right, Mr. McLaren, you will be granted party status.
Thank you.
We have maybe time for one more. Why don't we try to get one more in?
I just have a quick question, and I did write the Township Council about I have a quick question. I did contact Township Council, which I didn't get any response of, and that's the timing of these hearings. Obviously, a lot of us have important jobs. I just want to request that possibly there could be times evening times for some of us residents to be involved in these hearings, or at least a schedule, so we know when we have to be back and forth. And
We're
that's just
going to
a
talk
request.
about some scheduling issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Published somewhere?
Ma'am, come forward. We're only going to take one at a time. All right. And Mr. McLaren, can I get your form? Okay, ma'am, can you state your name?
Elizabeth Story Bono.
You spell your last name.
STOREY hyphen capital BONO.
Okay, and did you fill out a form?
I have one here. Whoops, you got my signature page.
Okay. Where do you reside?
3905 Wilson Avenue in Bethlehem Township.
All right. And where is that in relation to the property, the applicant's property?
That is right across the river. I'm along the D&L trail within that protected area.
Would it be possible for us to pull that address up? Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, it's kind of by that bend right there, to your right a little.
Put in the address, 3905 Wilson Avenue. Is that the address?
Correct. I wish I had my paper.
Looking at that map, are you able to walk up to that and show me where your property is? Is that it? Did we pick it up?
Yeah. Whoops.
Whoop. Okay. Do you know how far you are? I mean, we can have a measurement done.
I did a quick Google Earth and it came up to, it's on the paper there, 1,283 feet, something along those lines.
Can we do a measurement? So that's from the existing, right? I'd like to do a measurement from the property limits. I guess the,
Yeah, the river. No, I understand.
No, there's a little loop that goes around there. Remember, it's just not where the blue is.
Yeah, I'll point it out. The property line runs up like this and down, and then it dog legs up here.
all right, so can we get the closest, which is up near the river, the closest portion of the property line?
And does it go a little farther west?
Yeah, I think Mr. McLaren's project going a little further over.
That's what we're looking at.
I have the application.
Second, please.
That's the map, it's up the map up there. We have a map that shows it.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Something was just brought up on the screen. Okay, I know what it is.
And Mr. Young, do you have the ability to measure from the different points on the applicant's property to this parcel?
Closest I can tell is it's 0.36 of a mile.
All right. Do you have any objection to someone that's within .36?
I would like to ask just a few
Okay,
questions
that's
about
fine.
impacts that they're currently experiencing
That's
from the
fine,
existing
yep.
landfill?
That's fine. All right, so can you tell us the impacts that you're experiencing and then what you foresee experiencing based on what's being proposed?
Yes, thank you. So wind blowing, we do have odor. There is a ton of garbage that, waste that appears to be coming from up over the hill along the river.
Now, where is that ending up? Is it ending up on your property?
No, it's along the river, and
Along
my
the river
window
bank?
looks out onto that, yes.
So you see it along the river bank?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Future concern would be, as that deforestation happens, the roots hold that water table. Wilson Avenue floods. My property thus far has never flooded, but we are concerned that as that deforestation happens, that flood risk will increase.
Okay, anything else?
It is a scar on the land. That is a beautiful recreational area. And as that top has come and those tarps are there, you come down the hill, you see all the heavy equipment up on top of it instead of what belongs there, which is the forest.
All right, any other effects or impacts? Sir?
That will do for now.
Right.
And this
Sir,
is my neighbor.
You're going to request party status, right?
Yes.
No, I'm
Oh.
talking to him.
Sorry.
Are you going to request party status yourself?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
We're going to take one at a time.
Okay. Basically, I'm next door.
I understand. We're only going to take one at a time, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Just a couple questions. Ms. March, can you pull the Google Earth image back up again? Thank you. And we're just marking this. What are we on now?
BLC 5?
BLC. I think we're on 4. My colleague just.
I think we're on 5. I have, yeah.
Thank you for keeping track. BLC 5. I have a question for you, Ms. Bono. You said that you experience odors currently from the existing Bethlehem landfill?
Just when the breeze is coming in that direction across the river.
Have you ever called in an odor complaint with respect to the Bethlehem landfill?
No, not yet.
Do you know if there are any other odor producing facilities anywhere in your vicinity that could possibly be producing the odors that you're experiencing?
The smell of garbage? No. And I have never smelled at our location. I'm well familiar with the sewage treatment plant, and that does not come down.
Familiar with the Dale Kohler and Sons farm?
Yes,
And that's a dairy farm?
that is a dairy farm.
And that's, can you note where that is in relation to your property?
That would be up along Freemansburg Avenue to the north side of somewhere up a little farther.
I have an address actually for that facility.
So is it located north of where you reside?
Yes.
All right. And the proposed landfill is located south and east of you?
Correct.
So when you gave testimony earlier about when the wind blows from that direction, were you testifying that when the wind blows from the south and east towards your home? So when it
Yes.
blows towards the west?
Yes, when it's coming
Okay.
from the direction of the mountain.
Okay, so when you're experiencing odors, you're taking note of what the wind direction is, and that's why you believe that them to be coming from Bethlehem landfill?
Yes, not written note, but the nose knows.
Okay, but you've never called in a complaint to ask for that to be investigated specifically, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of the trash that you see along the riverbank, how do you know that that's coming from the Bethlehem landfill and not from users of the trail or anybody else in the vicinity?
I don't specifically know that, although the trail users are pretty responsible.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Any objection to Miss Story Bono being a party?
I don't have any objection.
Okay. All right. You will be granted party status. All right. We're at 12:30, and I had promised that we were going to discuss some scheduling issues. So we're going to do that at this point. Then we're going to take a lunch break. Okay. So you will be the first to ask for party status after lunch.
Good job.
Sorry.
Mr. McNair, would it perhaps make sense to gather the party status forms so we can get some idea as to how many more people we're looking at in terms of seeking party status?
All right. Yeah, I don't have a problem doing that. So if everyone can bring up their request forms and place them in front of me, please don't do it right now when we take our break for lunch, because I want to discuss scheduling issues with the attorneys.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I have a problem with turning in that paperwork now because most of the people wrote on that paper what they want to speak about.
All right. Well, when you come up, when you come up to present your case, you can grab your document, and we'll. No, I have them up here. I made an announcement earlier, and I made an announcement at the beginning of this process that anyone who wanted party status would have to advise how they're affected. So you do have to present, and if you need to see your paperwork, you can certainly come up, take it, and then sit in front of me when you present your case. All right, so...
I think what they're concerned about is that Attorney Garber will have an opportunity to peruse that and before they get an opportunity to testify.
Are you asking to see them in advance?
I'm not asking to see them in advance, just to get a
Okay.
sense of how many people so that we can schedule accordingly.
All right.
Very good.
Show of hands. Count the hands.
Well, okay. All right.
Show of hands.
Go
count the
ahead.
hands.
Who's going to be requesting party status? It appears to be everyone in the room.
There you go.
So we have a sign-in list. Do we have an idea of what the number is on the sign-in list? No. Okay. I think it's approximately around 100. So.
Correct.
All right. So with respect to scheduling issues, we were planning on having a meeting or a hearing on Wednesday, starting at 9. Is there, with respect to the attorneys, is there anyone who's going to have a problem with making a March 1st, 9:30, I'm sorry, 9:30 hearing? And that would be proceeding throughout the entire day.
I'm good with that.
Yes, correct.
I have a problem with that. We need to do this in the evening when people don't work.
Okay,
Some of us cannot afford to
you
take off.
cannot talk out of turn. I see your hand is raised. I will certainly allow you to speak. Yeah, I would expect we're still going to be doing standing issues at the beginning.
I can do it, or I will have someone here.
Okay, great. Very good. Anyone else, attorney-wise? We're good? Okay. All right. Let me get the gentleman who wanted to speak first. You have your hand raised. Go ahead.
I'm just suggesting that we need to do this in the evening, at times when a lot of us are working here, and we can't afford to take time off, especially in this economy.
I understand your request, but this is the time that we have. This is when we have the room. This is when I'm available to conduct it. So unfortunately, the hearings are going to be taking place during the day.
Now you're asking my wife and I to lose it. Yeah, you got to skip lunch. Do what you're doing. You can't skip lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be possible to compile a list of all people actually standing and then give them a particular time frame to show up?
And we're gonna try to get through standing issues this afternoon and then potentially on Wednesday morning, and then that's it. Wait, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Of the applications for standing you have now on the table for those who are prepared to turn them in, is there a way that you can agree to put them in some order? So whether it be alphabetical or put a number on each one so we can just stand in line in some order like Southwest Airlines?
I don't even have them all yet. Everyone's gonna come forward in a minute and present me with 100 applications. So
Once they're in a pile,
I'm not going to be able to issue, go through all the applications and issue an order as to.
the order would be alphabetical, not just the.
I'm sorry, I can't accommodate that request. Ma'am?
So each of these requests indicate an email address. So can't you just email the person and tell them around on Wednesday from a block of time?
Now, I don't know how much we're gonna get through today with respect to party status requests versus how much we're gonna have to do Wednesday morning. So there's the potential that we could finish them today. I don't foresee that happening. But I am not gonna be able to tell you definitively when to show up. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. There is a lot of people here. If this was a court proceeding, there would be almost no accommodations whatsoever. The judge would tell you when to show up, when you have to be there, when you have to testify, when.
But there's a difference. You are a township, and we pay the township.
It's a.
and yet we have to be here and lose our own time again.
It's a conditional use hearing process, so it's a formal process that is run.
Can we find anything? I know we're all very busy and we all have night meetings, but can we find an evening? Maybe, can we do it on Saturday morning?
Okay.
I don't want to work Saturday morning, but I'm working anyway, so I might as well be here.
Right. All right.
Sunday?
I'm happy.
After church?
I'm happy to go through what we've already discussed, Mr. Aztec, with respect to hearing dates and discuss with respect to the others involved when we anticipate other hearings. But I'm not going to start broadening this beyond what was already discussed.
I would certainly, as a party, agree to whatever that stipulation was,
I'm happy to talk to council about that during the lunch break to see if we can, streamline the process a little bit. I certainly can't guarantee that's going to happen, but I'll talk to them and see if we can streamline the process. But when someone comes forward, if they're within a certain distance and Ms. Garber is willing to agree to it, then yeah, we can just move on to the next person if we're going to find some distance that she's willing to agree to. Obviously, some people have gotten notices, and those people I would expect are going to be granted party status. The notices though I think went out to people within 300 feet, so it's not going to be a whole lot. All right, so we're good for yes, sir. I think the applicant has 9 or 10 witnesses, and we're expecting, to run probably through the end of March. Does that sound right, Ms. Garber? Yes. And obviously, we're not going to be meeting every day, but of dates that I would be available, and Ms. Garber and her witnesses, and will you be able to provide us with that as we, start to get into the evidence? For example, would you be able to supply us with notice as to who the first witness would be, and then maybe in order of your next few witnesses?
Yes, I could do that.
All right, great. I appreciate that very much. All right. All right, we're going to take a lunch break. Sir, do you have a question? The application? We may be able to do that. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone wants to see that, I have the exhibits as part of the application up here, so you can come forward and take a look. But yeah, well, we'll try to accommodate that. Yes, ma'am. In the back, right here. Yep.
I think everyone here would like to know, since Arbor is representing, assuming the landfill,
That's correct.
that, because we're drilling all these other people here about what their interest in this is, why the Bethlehem Landfill seems that it needs to have a solution on it, including how much waste is brought in from out of the area from New Jersey and New York, and how much money is made by that.
Okay. Well, they are going to present their case, as you just heard. They have 10 witnesses who are going to testify, and it's going to take an extended period of time. So that's what's going to happen during the conditional use process. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, but you have to understand what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to determine who has standing to be a party to the proceeding. So, I am considering the issues and whether or not the individual is affected by the proposed use. That's what I have to consider. All right, and I have done that for each witness and party that's come forward. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
When do we need to be back from lunch?
1:30.
Can I request to go on Wednesday morning?
The editor would come out and just shoot you.
I would shoot myself.
I can see you just hanging in the control room.
I take snippets of it.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. Her can was bigger than you. Her can was bigger than you.
Oh, that light. Then maybe if you're not, yeah, I know it. Listen right here. I have the computer, so I've been
Might want to do this outside where it's not so loud. Oh, okay, what's it? Right on
Huh?
We're talking about the hearing tonight.
Here, yo. I get some for you.
Thank you.
What'd you spill? No, I'm signaling him. First, we need to move this thing back, and this has nothing to do with the microphone. Get somebody get the value. And this thing is right in our face. But I want to move it back.
Do I have to show up?
I'm gonna be here every fucking day. I'm gonna fucking live here.
Well, who's gonna pay for my lollipop?
No, 24. I'll check the 24, and let's all check the 30. How about 3?
I was just looking, I was literally just looking at that right now. There's the tree.
I'm sorry, Gary. I heard the sign that said it's okay. Our initial conversation, I gave us a supplement. I thought we had already talked about
Oh, there's food here we can order.
Focus on, if you need me, just text me. Oh, yeah, she's on the ballot.
Hello?
Yes, we already have that. Friday the 17th, Gary only. So see, this is now. And there's no one else that can let me know. You can ask for Saturday. This one is slightly. It's actually 33 now. There's 17. So far, we're doing pretty good. And so far, that's gotta be more. He's crossing that every month. That was a good. A lot of trees. Okay, so you're
This is not new.
and then
This is.
yeah.
They can't bring it trains. That's why they built the Steel City. To the train cross to the next
Victoria! Well, like I said, he's down there, that's on the first. I will, he's very interesting, you'll love him, and I'm hoping I can get the rest of the testimony in the morning. Now, I don't know how long past examination is. Yeah, and he's coming in out of town. Yeah, I want to go back up.
Everyone needs to be here. And as soon as I get to this, Guys, can we talk about one more thing? That would be. You got it in the car with you?
You should have hired a car. Yours is right there.
Right, what's right there in front of you?
That's right there. Yeah.
That's the cliffs at the end.
Right, that's the cliffs at the end, that's gonna drop down to the third boulder. Right underneath there. Right underneath those corners. Yeah, I don't wanna see the
I had first thought that was like the
There's crosses too, and then she's two here.
I was just saying, I just never saw the creek from where I was. No, when I was out there in the field with my ball,
What time is lunch over?
Huh?
What time is lunch over?
1:30.
What time is it?
1:03.
I thought maybe it would be leaving.
You can buy food, I guess, if you want to. I brought a sandwich and stuff with me, but I'm.
Hello, how are you? She's trying to schmooze the judge.
You can smooth whatever she wants, wait till she gets a hold of me. You're not gonna wanna miss this show. I ain't taking shit. Taking nobody's shit. Who am I looking for? No, stop it, Charlie. I feel like if somebody said that about you, it wasn't true.
I'm not the one who started it.
Ginger told me about it.
I'm not the one who said it.
Ginger knows you're out there saying it. Because she came to me and said it, without me raising a word, because I did.
About me saying it.
Yes.
That came from Wolf.
I don't know who it came from. I don't care where it came from.
You used to work for him.
Oh, come on. Who am I looking for? Where the hell is Joe?
You got any kind of marking flag or something? I was just saying, there's an easement. Is it where you used to have the big, all the hay bales sitting there, right? No. It's a power.
Bill answer the fucking phone. If
Yeah, that's the pipeline marker. Yeah. For them to take, Oh, okay. All right.
Because I got runners of orange tape, you know, I need to know.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see, so you know which one you're looking at.
Bill, I'm at a township meeting live on Facebook. Do not call me and do not text me. Get a hold of me tomorrow morning or call me tonight after 10, probably. This is an all-day affair. I'm sorry I didn't answer your call before. I did not take a call.
It's, you'll see it. And like I said, the biggest one, I may not pick around. Because like I said, when you go to see, I'm getting my.
Hey Javier, Phil tried to call me this morning. Well, listen, call me about it tomorrow. Do me a favor. I'm in this conventional, whatever, consideration expansion use township meeting with like 200 people here. I'm live on Facebook, YouTube, and everything's being recorded. Do not call me and do not text me, please. There's a meeting. I'll be here till probably 9-10 o'clock tonight, and call me tomorrow morning, and that'll give you time to find the dump. But please relay the message to Phil, because when you call me, it screws up the live feed. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hey, bud.
You got a question?
No, I wanted to say thank you for the way you're running things, because I expected you to be on one side, because our council's putting us in screws.
I'm gonna run it as fairly as I can, okay?
That's what I expect out of you.
Yep.
That's exactly what I expect out of you. Thank you.
in my bag group evidence and stuff, but I took that bag on my trip. So they must be sitting on my kitchen table. Yeah. I thought I'd just like bring out my 112. Yeah. Because it would take 2 minutes to walk. There's a shopping center right along here. Right there. Might be other stuff in there. Yeah.
I just want to know that you're going to be here and you want to testify. And did the Blasco's leave? That's right, he's coming back. That's what I plan to be here. You're going to be here forever. Ever. God. So, that's something. They're here. Oh, you will be able to come up and take your form and, yeah, use it when you're presenting. So if I think of something that's going down, listening to it. Yeah, the form, I care what you testify to, I don't care what's on the form. Oh, okay. You know it's what life is. But I haven't used it yet.
yeah, me too. Oh, I have. But I'm just saying, and this is like the first time I'm going through this. I've no idea what oh, yeah, I will. Oh, no, I know. I just wanted to see you, so. I just said, I didn't want to say it was over there. Just excuse myself. I just don't want to make it. They're showing houses and all. Oh, that. Mark is busted.
And then, okay, so they shouldn't be, I should be able to load it. Okay, well, there's a third, okay, so as long as it's individual, it should go through for less than 2 gigs apiece. So that should be kind of a problem. Why is it 32 gigs and a 6 gig thing transfer? But it's because it was over 2 and I had to do that. But I Googled it. Like, I can't believe I succeeded. This was at 12 a.m.
This young lady's got a.
All right, let's start, reconvene. Okay. Are we back on the record? All right. Just want to make a couple of announcements before we get back into dealing with requests for party status. I know a lot of people expressed some confusion during the lunch break about what they're able to do with party status versus public comment. So I want to reiterate what it means to have party status and the ability to give public comment. So again, if you're a member of the public, there are two different ways that you're allowed to participate in a conditional use hearing process. The first way is to merely give public comment. And if you want to just express what your position is and what your opinion is concerning the matter, you're going to have the opportunity to do that after the evidence is presented. If, on the other hand, you want to be able to ask questions of witnesses, or you want to present evidence yourself, or you want to make argument, then you would have to have party status. And we're going through requests for party status right now. Anyone who's getting party status, though, is going to be able to present evidence. They're going to be able to ask questions of witnesses. If you merely want to make a statement and you want to make me and the township aware of what your position is, you do not need party status. You are going to be given that opportunity at the end of the case, okay? All right, now, we have a couple other issues. The applicant's attorney, and I also got a comment at lunchtime that people didn't realize who all the attorneys were, so I know some of the attorneys have mentioned who they represented as they came up here. Ms. Garber, who's been asking questions, represents the applicant. She represents Bethlehem Landfill. And she will obviously continue to ask some questions of people who are seeking party status. She has come up with what's called a stipulation. And it's basically an agreement by her to say if people that are requesting party status live within a certain distance or a certain area, she is not going to object to them receiving party status. And we're going to display a depiction of that right now. And then what I'm going to ask as we go through this afternoon is if you feel that you live within this area, we're going to try to address those individuals early in the afternoon because I think they're going to be very quick. You know, if you establish that you live within the parameters, you're going to state your name, you're going to state your address. I will pull out your sheet and we will get you party status relatively quickly as soon as we can establish that you are within the depicted area that the applicant is going to agree people can be parties for. So when you get a chance, if we can put that exhibit up.
Yep, we have it.
It's
I'll explain the whole thing in a
Yeah.
minute. Can everyone hear me? So this exhibit that we put up is the Google Earth image that we've been working off of. And what we have done is we've marked a half-mile distance from the blue disposal line, because that's the line that we put on this before this hearing. I understand there have been questions about distances from property lines and project areas and things like that. What this exhibit shows is a radius, essentially, that is a half mile from any edge of the new disposal area. And so anyone that owns property within that area, and that is a half mile from those points, I will stipulate to their party status. In addition, we will stipulate party status to anybody who has a residence in Steel City. And just for, I'm pretty sure everyone here in the room knows where Steel City is, but that is this area right here. That is in sort of this bend of the Lehigh River. So anyone who comes up and indicates that their property is within Steel City, we'll pull it up on this map. And if that's the case, then we will stipulate to your party status as well. And let's mark this, base map exhibit as the next exhibit in our exhibit list, which would be BL6. And then I'm not sure that it's necessary as we go through people who are going to fall within those parameters. I don't think we have to have individual exhibits to document that. That will be reflected in the in the record, in the transcript, but we may have additional exhibits off of this base map for people that fall outside of that perimeter.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We did have an issue come up regarding the labeling of some exhibits. So apparently BLC 3 did not get specifically labeled as such. So there was a BLC 1, there's a BLC 2. I think there may have been a reference to a BLC 3 at some point, but apparently that didn't get marked, or it will be marked.
This is my colleague Brigitte Glunk, who also represents the applicant, and I'm going to let her explain.
Okay, I appreciate that.
BLC2 was marked as the exhibit from Easton, and then it was referred back to during Claire Sadler's testimony.
Was that during her individual testimony, or was that
On behalf of
the organization?
And
Okay.
it marked the barge, the line from the barge to the landfill. So it was an update to BLC2. And then BLC3
Okay.
was marked as Mr. McLaren's map.
Mr. McLaren's was BLC 4, correct? It's
I think what happened was we had BLC 2 that was used for one witness, and then BLC 2 was revised to add information from another witness. So BLC 2 exists and is relevant to two different witnesses' testimony.
all right. When you actually provide these exhibits, though, there will be a BLC 1 through 5, right? It's just that BLC 2 is going to have been used for purposes of two different witnesses.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So I had promised, is it Mr. Verbeck? Verbal? Rabel.
Yes.
That you would be first after lunch. So we're going to do that. Then we have a church who is in need of an interpreter. I'm going to do them second. And then we're going to get into individuals who believe that they reside within the area that's been stipulated to. So, Mr. Rabel, first of all, do you live within that area?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, your address is 4129 Wilson Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's Matthew J. Rabel, correct?
Yes.
4129 Wilson Avenue. And can we try to pull up that property? Can you spell your last name?
V is in Victor. R-A-B-E-L.
All right, so have we pulled up 4129 Wilson? Okay, and can we all agree that it falls within the stipulated area?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Vrabel, you will be a party to the proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on.
I'm also a proprietor at the bed and breakfast I have. It's called Rustic Dreams Bed and Breakfast, right along that. That's the same address as what you have.
Is that the same address?
Yes.
Okay, and you're seeking party status for the bed and breakfast?
Yes.
Separately?
No, converted bed and breakfast.
Sorry,
Is that right?
are you seeking party status separately for a different entity?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right, well, you have party status,
Okay.
so you're good. You're all set. All right? Well, I'm
I'd like to say something though.
We're not entertaining any evidence or comment or anything at this time other than request for party
I'm gonna
status.
say something so bad.
Well, you're gonna have to wait.
Okay.
We're gonna let the next requester come up, okay?
Okay.
All right, so are the representatives of the church here? Good afternoon, gentlemen. So I have information in front of me that you represent Iglesia Evangelica Apostolis Profetas. Did I get that right? Okay. And that is a church that's located at 2550 Apple Butter Road. Is that correct? And I understand you do need an interpreter, right? However, I believe the applicant's attorney has agreed to grant you party status, and that's the only issue that we would be addressing today. So, do you understand that? We're going to get an interpreter for him. Okay. Well, you can let him know that we will be. Yeah, you can come up. And Ms. King, do you agree to interpret? Do you agree to interpret from the English language into the Spanish language for us today? I do. All right. Can you let him know we will be obtaining an interpreter for him for future hearings? For purposes of today, the church has been granted party status. Is that accurate, Ms. Garber, that the applicant has agreed to the church having party status?
Yes, based on being told that the church is within 400 feet of the landfill, and maybe we can just pull it up so that
Okay.
it's clear for the audience where the church is located.
You have the address? Okay. And it's approximately 400 feet from the applicant's parcel. All right.
Just so the record is clear, it is beyond the half mile from the disposal area as marked on there, and I am stipulating to the party status of the church. Not because it's within that area, it is outside, but I'm still stipulating to the party status.
Oh, okay, it's that distance from the new disposal area?
Correct. Which is what is shown on that exhibit, so I just wanted to make it clear.
Okay. Yeah.
This gentleman is seeking party status because he lives on 660 Burger Road. So there's the church, and this is the pastor, and Mr. Carlos Medina.
Who is that?
This gentleman here is Mr. Medina, and he is seeking party status based on his.
All right, let's address the church first, and let me get done with that. Does anyone else have anything with respect to the church? They have been granted party status, even though they're a little bit outside the stipulated area. Does anyone else need to present any information regarding the church? All right, can I have the form?
So that was on behalf of the pastor, and this is Cesar Medina. He lives at 660 Burger Road. Oh, okay. He is in the process of purchasing in a proceso para comprar or tienes ahora. Oh, he's buying. Oh, he is building. He already bought it. He's building a house on 2594 Barrington Road. Es una casa o iglesia? Casa. And so that is within your stipulated.
Well, let's get his full name too.
Cesar Medina, M-E-D-I-N-A. His address for his building is 2594 Reddington Road, East.
And can you just confirm with him that he is the owner, the title owner of the property? Did he purchase the property? Okay, all right, we're gonna pull up the location on our map here. Does that appear within the stipulated area? It does, okay. Any issues or?
No issues.
All right, Mr. Medina, you. You will need an interpreter, Mr. Medina. All right, so let me get his application. Thank you. We have an Okay, all right, Mr. Medina, you have been granted party status. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to ask other people that believe they're within the area that's been stipulated to for party status purposes to come forward. I am then going to try to find your application here, your party status application if I can. If you haven't handed it in, please bring it forward to me, okay? Yes, sir.
Robert Blasco, BLASK.
Test.
Robert Blasco.
Mr. Azteker, if anyone comes forward that's your client, can you let me know that?
Sure, I'm sorry.
So, would it make sense for you to request party status for all of your clients?
Yes.
As opposed to them individually coming
Yes.
up? All right, then,
Is
you're
there objection?
represented by Mr. Aztec.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me repeat that into the microphone. So, Mr. Aztec's going to make a request for party status for his clients at this time. You are one of them, correct? Oh, all right. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Objection. So do we have to go through the,
Well, we're going to need on the record the names of the individuals that you're seeking party status for and their addresses.
okay. Your name, your wife's name, and your address.
Okay, Robert Blasco, BLASKO, and Elizabeth Blasco.
Your address.
The address is 2510 Reddington Road, Reding.
Okay, have we confirmed that's within the stipulated area? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you are granted party status.
Thank you.
Would we
Russell Sutton,
That's you.
and also my wife Colleen Sutton.
Does she have it?
Separate application?
Yeah. Hers is up there somewhere. 2133 Saucon Avenue, Steel City.
Can you say that again, sir?
2133 Saucon Avenue, Steel City.
And Mr. Aztec, you represent Mr. and Mrs. Sutton? Oh, you don't? You do not? All right. Is this property within that area, Mr. Sutton?
Yes, yes it is.
Have we located that?
Steel City.
Oh, it's part of Steel City. So no objection?
No objection.
Okay, so Russell and Colleen, you will be parties to the proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I get your name, sir?
Yes, sir. Larry Lembach, 2097 Schwab Avenue.
Can you spell your last name?
Yes, I'm sorry. L-E, N as in Michael, B as in boy, A-C-H.
Can you spell it again, sir?
L-E-M as in Michael.
Please hold the microphone up to your mouth.
C-H. Thank you.
Okay, and you believe you're within that area?
Yes, sir. I'm in Steel City.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, you will be a party. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, my name is James J. Roskowski, R-O-S-T-K-O-W-S-K-I. My address is 2155 Riverside Drive, Bethlehem, PA, which is Steel City.
okay. Let me just grab your application. Okay, Mr. Roskowski, you will be made a party. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I am Kyle Cambiati. Kyle Cambiati, spelled C-A-M-B-I-O-T-T-I. And I live at 4284 Matthews Avenue, Bethlehem, PA, 18015. And it's also in Steel City. I technically own other properties in Steel City.
You're seeking party status, though, with respect to this particular property at 4282 Matthews Avenue, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right.
No objection
No
here.
objection. Very good. You will be made a party. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Amber Paulos, 2596 Reddington Road.
Okay, let me just grab your application.
Paulos, P-A-L-O-S. You should probably grab my husband's, it's right behind that too.
Okay, thank you. You were, what's
Your husband's name?
Jason?
All right. So you're both at 2596 Reddington Road, right?
Correct.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, you will be a party, and your husband as well. Thank you. Okay, what, your name?
Salvatore and Diane Galliano. There should be two separate applications.
They're my clients.
I live at 2530 Wolfpack Run. My last name is spelled Gagliano.
Okay,
No objection.
all right. Then Salvatore and Diane, is it Galliano or?
Yes, it is
Okay.
pronounced Galliano.
Galliano, you are parties to the proceeding.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir?
Tom Babb, 2105 Johnston Avenue, Bethlehem, PA. Dear City. BAAB.
Okay, all right, Mr. Babb. And you said you're in Steel City?
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection to Mr. Babb being a party?
No objection.
All right, you are a party. Thank you, Mr. Babb. Okay, yes, sir.
Yes, excuse me. My name is Lawrence Optoff, and I'm also here for my wife, Margaret.
Okay, can you spell your last name?
Spelled O-P-T-H-O-F as in Frank.
You said you, Lawrence, and your wife, Margaret?
Right. Correct.
And where do you reside?
2700 Reddington Road, Town, PA.
He's my client.
Sorry, what's the address again?
2700 Reddington Road.
Do you know if your wife filled out a separate party status application, or is it just your application?
No, she did not.
Okay. All right, but,
She's recuperating from an injury, she was unable to appear.
oh, fine, that's fine.
Because I
All
was
right.
keen to attend, and I flew here from Florida, I was on vacation, and I'd like to be reimbursed for my airfare.
You'd like what?
I'd be reimbursed for my airfare.
Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot authorize that.
Attorney Harvard notified all of my clients.
Okay. All right, any objection to Mr. and Mrs. Obtoff being parties?
I have questions for Mr. Optoff.
Okay.
He's outside of the area that we identified as the stipulated area. Mr. Optoff and Mr. Aztec, I served your client Mr. and Mrs. Ottoff with notices to attend today's hearing, and bring with them any and all documents that support their contention that they have standing in this matter. So I'm going to ask that those 2 notices to attend be marked as BLC 7 for Lawrence Optoff and 8 for Margaret Optoff.
May I approach?
Yes.
You have these right here. I served you with these last week with notices to attend.
Sure.
Okay.
So these are notices to attend for all of Mr. Aztec's clients to come today, so.
Okay.
They're not in the order at which these witnesses are appearing, but
Okay.
collectively they're all, having this BLC one, but let's mark that out and let's make the notices to attend collectively BLC
7. And we will not have a BLC 8 yet, right?
You should note that these are my clients in collateral matters. As you're aware, there's a procedural appeal pending as well as a substantive validity challenge pending.
Yes.
So they are my clients in those collateral matters challenging the adoption of the ordinance upon which this is based.
Okay.
And
So
just
I'm
so
not
the
quite
record is
sure-
clear, Mr. Aztec wrote to council on January 17th, asking that his appearance be entered on behalf of all of his clients in those other collateral proceedings in this proceeding, which is why I served notices to attend on Mr. Aztec for these particular parties, because his letter represented that he was entering his appearance on their behalf.
And I'm not
Okay.
quite sure what the basis for the notice to attend is, but I shared the notices with all of my clients regardless.
All right.
I'm not sure there's anything in the rules of civil procedure that provide for something like this before a hearing officer, but my clients were notified to be here.
That's fair. All right, well, look, we have Lawrence here. Do you have questions for him?
Well, I do, because in the notices to attend, I just asked for Mr. Optoff and Mrs. Optoff to bring with them any and all documents that would support their contention that they have standing to be a party. So I wanted to ask, did you bring any documents with you here today in response to that?
No. Other than my driver's license.
Mr. Optoff, how long have you and Mrs. Optoff owned the property located at 2700 Reddington Road?
We owned the property late 1983.
And can you tell us what are the direct, immediate, and substantial impacts or interests that you and your wife have as a result of your ownership of that property with respect to the proposed expansion?
Okay, I'll start right off the top. First, I live there and I travel on Lehigh Drive there all the time, and also on Apple Butter Road. And I have to go by the landfill, and when I go by that landfill, I know. Excuse me. So when I go by the landfill, I notice the smells. I've also been there for a number of washouts that happen, and driving by there. And just recently, I was driving by there and going the other way, coming up the hill, and one of the garbage trucks going down the hill after he dumped his garbage, they get stones and things stuck between their wheels. So it was stone up and broke my windshield. So I'm not happy about what goes on with that landfill and all that traffic on that road. And I'd also like to mention that the road was damaged severely by all that truck traffic, and they recently had to repave it. So that's on that side. If I go on Riverside Drive there, I noticed that we've had washouts there also, and where the garbage actually came down and was on the road. And so I was there. I bicycle ride quite often on the Delaware River Trail there, and I also used to swim. Not too long ago, I swam in the river there. So I have all that issues going on there, and that landfill is affecting that. Plus, where I live, right now I can't see the landfill. If you come over the top of that hill, then I'll be able to see it from my house, and certainly that's going to affect the property value. Not to mention this I'll get the smell more often And who knows what that, you have a leachate problem, which I'm really concerned about, because I have a well. And I'm not convinced that you people have the control of that. So you can, that's where I'm at. So I have some knowledge about this kind of stuff, since I used to be manager of maintenance and engineering for Ashland Oil. And I'm really concerned about the leachate and the smells and the dust, but mostly that leachate, because I owe well, and plus, if it goes into that river, you know, it's gonna pollute the river. So there's my standing.
Okay, I have a couple of follow-up questions for you. And Ms. March, can you pull out that Google Earth and take a distance measurement from, I understand that everybody is concerned about the distance from the actual edge of the project or the property line versus the disposal area. What I'll represent with respect to Mr. Optoff's property, that those lines are almost coincident. So if you could please measure the distance for Mr. Optoff's property to the blue line that is most east. Yes, okay, thank you. And can you tell us what that distance is?
1.01 miles.
And for the record, that distance is now reflected in red, and we're going to mark this as BLC 8.
I have a question. Is that blue that you have highlighted on that map, is that your property line, or where you intend to put the garbage?
Sorry, I must not have been clear. That is the disposal line, and within, excuse me, I'm just going to finish here. In that area, the property line is not very far. It is certainly subject to the setbacks of DEP and the zoning ordinance. So it's not along the property line, but it's in that general vicinity. So Ms. March, if you want to pull it out a little bit to account for the gap, sorry, the measurement, if you want to measure it a little bit off of the blue line, the hearing officer, Mr. McNair, you have a copy of the plan that shows where that property line is versus where the disposal line is. It's not there, yeah, I mean, somewhere there, pull it back a little bit. Generally speaking, what is that measurement there, Ms. March?
0.90.
Okay, so I don't, I'll, Mr. McNair, looking at the plan that you have, the property line isn't any closer to the Optoff's property than where Ms. March has marked the red line right now. We're looking for general distances, so it sounds like the Optoff's property is anywhere between 0.8 of a mile and 1 mile away from where the edge of this property is.
I'm not sure that it looks like as precise as we were dealing with earlier. What is the distance between the Optoff property and the edge of the conditional use area?
Well, like I said, I mean, this was for purposes of standing, and we put the disposal area on here. Mr. McNair has the actual plan, and so I think it's, I mean, it is scaled, so if we want to take, excuse me, if you want to take a moment, Mr. McNair, to measure the scale distance between the disposal area and the property line, then we can get that on the record.
I think we should use at least for distance purposes alone, which is only one factor. You've heard other factors from this this individual, but will be the distance from the area within which the conditional use has been requested, not what is ill-defined or potentially defined as the disposal area. We don't know what the disposal area is going to be. We just know
That's
what they
fine.
propose it.
I'm happy to measure it from the property limits.
And I would agree, I don't have a problem with that. It's just trying to eyeball where the property limits are, and that's why I'm asking Mr. McNair to take a look at the plan that's in front of him so that we can all agree that what we are going to be representing on this Google Earth is in the general vicinity of the property line.
I'm just gonna need to figure out which tax parcel it is on this plan.
If I can approach, I can probably give you some assistance.
Oh, yeah, of course, because we're using the red line. The red line.
like this, and the property line is right here. So you can see that there's this much of a difference between the disposal area and the property line. So here's the natural gas line. This will give us, this is actually a really good point of reference because the property line, it looks like is on their property. The natural gas line is on this side. So the property line probably runs somewhere right in here.
Well, but that's, no, because the tanks are within the property.
But they jet out like this. This is the property
So
line.
the property must be over here.
No, this is the way the property line is drawn. This is the Petrie's property, right over here.
And they're kind of cross.
Didn't you also buy the tank farm?
Okay, this is not landfill property.
This,
Correct. Yeah, so where do you want to measure it from? Just tell me where you
from
want to
the
measure it.
edge of the property line.
Yes, which is right here, where the natural gas line is.
This is part of the property.
Okay, then we can do it here as well. We can measure it from this part. You tell me where you want to measure it
Should be
from.
measured somewhere along here where the property
Well,
line actually is.
this is the property line for our property, which means this is, their property is over there.
Which means their property is about a half a mile from the edge of the property line.
And you want to wait.
It's about half of what you described. You said it was
I don't have a
half a mile.
I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna worry about this because you can see what is generally happening here. I'm gonna ask a couple of follow-up questions.
No, but if he's
Let's go back to the stipulation map and see where that goes. Yeah, that's fair enough. I get it, but the stipulation is not stipulation.
It is. I don't want to change that, but I need to know where they are from the property.
Okay, so let's then, if we're taking the natural gas line.
So it's a mile, and it's about half of the distance. It's about half of the which is within the zone.
Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. And we're happy to err on the side of being conservative.
Excuse me, if you were to blow this stuff, now you've got it bigger, because as soon as you have the pipeline, you can see the
You
problem.
guys, you need to take a seat. You need to take a seat.
I will only be visiting.
Okay, are we able to get a measurement from that point that Ms. Garber pointed out to you to the property?
Right around here. Oh. Right here, Marion. What's that? This spot, yeah.
Yes. If you can get that onto the red line.
Mr. McNair, it's 0.77 miles.
Okay, from the corner that where it juts out. Let me come take a look at yours, Jim. Okay. Let me just state for the record, after looking at the township's measurement, which is from the corner that juts out with respect to the applicant's parcel to, I'm sorry, sir, I forgot.
Lawrence Optoff.
Mr. Optoff's property is approximately 0.77 miles. All right. Do you have any other questions?
I
Ms.
do have a
Garber?
couple of questions. So, Mr. Optoff, you testified that your impact as a result of being a property owner at that property, one of the impacts is because you travel the roads in the vicinity and there's wear and tear on the roads. And, for example, you said you had your windshield cracked by a stray stone or something off of a waste truck. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how is that impact any different than any other person who drives these roads?
Well, so you're saying that if they get their windshields cracked also, it's okay?
I'm just asking you a question as to how your particular impact as a property owner within this distance of the project is different from other people who drive these roads in the general vicinity.
Well, if they drive the roads as often as I do, I guess they don't have, there's no difference. However, just generalizing to say that if enough people drive on the road and get their windows broken, it's okay, that's not gonna fly. And I have a second, since I'm talking, I'm gonna say a few things here. First, I find that most troubling that nobody
All
can
right,
figure
hang
out
on a
where
second.
the
Wait a
property
minute.
line is.
I'm gonna run the hearing, okay? We're not going to just state things as we wish. I'm the hearing officer. You're gonna answer the questions,
Okay,
all right? And we're not just gonna say, I get to do whatever I want, all right?
okay, you're good.
Ms. Garber, ask another question.
You had testified that you swim in the Lehigh River, is that correct?
Yes, I do, I have.
And when, do you swim in the Lehigh River in the vicinity of this project?
I swim in the Lehigh River, across by Freemansburg and further down where the boat basin is, on the Lehigh River. And if I could say something, I'd like to mention that your map, once again, does not show your property line as and the distance between the property line and the Lehigh River. And I'm also troubled by the fact that this is not a topological map, so it doesn't show elevations, because we all know that water flows downhill, and at least most of us do. And I'm really troubled about that flowing into the river. Anyway, that's all.
So your concern is about the river?
Also, yes, it is.
And how often do you swim in the river?
Oh, no, a couple times a year.
And when's the last time that you swam in the river?
Last year,
And you mentioned that you bike along the DNL trail
yes, 3 or 4 times a week.
3 or 4 times a week, all year round?
I take my bike from my house, I ride it down to Humor Park, I cross the river there, then I come up the DNL trail all the way to Freemansburg, I cross that bridge there, then I come up the Lehigh Drive to Reddington Road, and I come up to my house again, so I make a loop.
Okay, thank you.
So, can I ask a couple questions? So let's do a little checklist of the things with regard to your impact. First of all, right now, you can't see the landfill from your property,
No, I can't.
but with the expansion, it will be within a direct sight line. Is that correct?
Right.
Number two, you've just testified that you frequently use the trail, all right?
Correct.
And you're concerned with regard to all of the things that you've heard before from
Correct.
other individuals about the impact on the trail and the negative influence it would have upon the use of that trail.
Right.
Additionally, you frequently use the roads, and the traffic impact will affect your traversing of the highways within your community.
Right, correct.
And your
Correct.
background is manager of Ashland Oil. Now, what does that involve?
I managed Ashland, I was the manager of engineering and maintenance for Ashland Chemical Company, which is a division of Ashland Oil.
And do you have concerns about the impact, based upon your knowledge and experience, of the landfill upon the land and the leachate, and the effect it's going to have upon both the trail, Bull Run, and the river?
I'm going to
And
object
my
to that
well.
question because
your
there
well.
hasn't
And
been
my
any
well.
testimony as to his particular qualifications in the role that he filled at his company. So
I'm going to sustain it as to the form of the question, but you can certainly answer as to whether or not you have any concerns related to the impact of the proposed landfill.
Thank you. Well, he was mentioning, I want to also add that I have a well. I have a well, and that's my source of water, and I'm concerned about the leachate from the garbage dump getting into my water supply. And that's my only source of water.
Are you able to smell the odor at
Yeah.
this point from your property of the existing landfill?
Sometimes I do, not all the time, but sometimes.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Aztec?
No.
Okay, what's the position of the applicant?
I object to the Optops party status.
Okay.
just happens to be 2/10 of a mile outside of the radius that's been used, but it has all of the other impacts that everyone else who's testified before it have. So we shouldn't use this artificial distance that is sometimes used, but we should look at what the real impact is. Those folks who live along Reddington Road and those people who live in Steel City are the ones who are most directly impacted.
Right.
Right
And
over the hill.
there are a number in Steel City, of course, that are going to be outside the half mile. I'm not looking specifically and only at distance, but that is a significant parameter for sure.
And I would just like to point out that not only are the opt-offs outside of that distance, but they're also on the other side of a major highway. So I want the context in which the distance location is to be noted, that there's a major highway in between the opt-offs in this project.
But the height dwarfs, and the visual dwarfs the highway.
Okay. All right.
I can see over the highway.
Yeah. I've heard the arguments. I understand them. I am going to grant party status to Mr. Optoff. Thank you.
There's to Margaret Optoff as well. She lives at the same address.
Thank you for pointing that out. So yes, to both. Yes, ma'am.
Claudia Markellos, Markellos, 25, I'm sorry. Oh, 2545 Quarry Lane. And my main concern at this point is the use of Apple Butter Road and how dangerous it can be when there's a wash and the mud is as slick as ice. Also, the smell does come my way at periods of time, and I do use the DNL trail to ride my bike.
She's within the stipulated area. I
Yeah,
have no
okay.
objection.
So did you fill out?
I did. I have
Oh,
it
can you
here.
bring that forward?
Is Mike,
Yeah, he's right behind me.
okay.
Yeah.
You can treat them the same, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, can you bring forward your
Michael
application?
Ciccarello, CICCARELLO, 2545 Quarry Lane.
Okay.
Spell that last name slowly.
CICCARELLO.
All right, thank you, sir. So we will grant party status to Claudia Markellos and Michael Ciccarello.
Good afternoon. My name is
Just,
Kenneth. How you doing?
Give me 1 minute, okay?
Sure.
Okay, sir, you can state your name and your address, please.
Kenneth Babon, Pabon. My address is 2535 Quarry Lane.
He's my client.
That's my White House right there. Right up on top. You'll see it right below the red line. That's it. That's my house.
I don't have any objections to party status. He's within the stipulated area.
Okay, Mr. Pabon, you'll be a party. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Hunt, Hunt, address 2197 Cook Drive, Easton, Pennsylvania, 18045. And I'm also on the executive board for the HOA at Madison Farms Neighborhood Association, and I'm representing both sides.
Hang on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. You have a question first?
Yeah, so name is Stephen Hunt, physical address 2197 Cook Drive, and we're going to entertain your request for party status for yourself individually first
Right.
with respect to this property, okay?
Okay.
And then I heard something, is it in HOA?
Yes, it's also,
All right.
I'm also on the executive board for the HOA, which represents 267 homes within like a
All
quarter
right,
mile
so
from where I live.
I am going to entertain that second, okay?
Okay.
So first we're going to talk about you, are you within the area that's been depicted on the stipulation map?
No,
Okay.
I'm just on the other side of Friedmansburg Avenue, above St. Luke's.
All right, can we figure out where that parcel is?
Almost across the street. I can see it from here. You just went right over it. There you go.
But you're, okay, so do you have an estimate as to how far you are from the property limits of the?
I would say I'm within 1.2, 1.3 miles. We probably do better by direct.
Can we do a measurement, please, Ms. Smith? For purposes of the feedback that we've heard, let's not do the measurement from the disposal area, but do it from just where Bull Run Creek is, please.
Moving closer to the river,
So that the project area is not north of Bull Run Creek. You can see Bull Run Creek on the aerial there. And the use is not going to be north of Bull Run Creek. The area north of Bull Run Creek is not zoned for a landfill use.
This says 1.22 miles to Bull Run Creek.
That was close.
And let's mark this as BLC 9. And what color is that? The blue line that's reflected on this exhibit is the distance between 2197 Cook Drive and Bull Run Creek, which was 1.22 miles.
All right, Mr. Hunt, you want to explain why you feel you're affected by the application?
Yeah, there are 4 major points I have. One is air quality, not only from what I can smell, in terms of we get the whiff when the wind is coming out of the southwest, but also in the what we can't smell when the wind blows over the top of the current landfill. The second is stormwater management. By introducing a impervious layer underneath, you're going to increase the impervious layer, which is going to increase our stormwater management and stormwater management costs, and what's going to have to be handled into the Lehigh River. The third,
Do you expect that your individual property would be affected by stormwater management issues being 1.2 miles away?
the issue is not that I'm going to be affected directly by it, but I'm going to be affected because the town of Bethlehem is going to have to absorb the costs, which inherently is going to increase my stormwater management taxes, which just started last year.
Okay. All right. Number three?
Number three is property values. When I moved in here, that was a nice forested top. Now we're starting to see that that's now being covered by tarps, and we're getting feedback from people who are buying into the neighborhood of what's that over there. So we're starting to worry about property values and the fact that we don't just have one now, we have two major dumping sites or landfills.
Okay.
The third thing is more personal.
This would be the fourth, I think.
Or
You said
fourth, I'm
air
sorry.
quality, stormwater, property values.
And the fourth is I do kayak on that river, and I kayak usually from Bethlehem down to the boat dock in just on the other eastern side of 33. So I go right through that area all the time, and I am very concerned about the quality of water that would be in there as I'm kayaking. Kayaking, you're very close to the water, and you're very susceptible to splashbacks and things.
Okay. Ms. Garber, do you have questions?
I do have some questions. Mr. Hunt, when did you buy your property?
After you guys, or before you guys bought yours, 2017. I think you had a piece of property that was purchased in 2020.
So just for the record, and obviously there'll be testimony as to this piece, but the landfill has owned options to purchase the properties, some of the properties upon which this expansion is proposed. They've held options on those properties since 1998, and the options were exercised last year. That's true.
Okay.
In terms of, you had mentioned that you're concerned about your property value because of the existing landfill tarps that you see. Is that correct?
Yep. Not only just the tarps, but also the whole environmental impact. When you look, in fact, I just drove over here from there. You can see the whole round top of the hill. It used to be covered with trees. Now it's covered with brown dirt. You can see them. You can see the trucks. Certain days we can actually hear them, but that takes a good wind. And I'm deaf and I can hear.
You had mentioned stormwater management and increased costs of Bethlehem Township as a result of this project. In what way would Bethlehem Township's costs related to stormwater increase as a result of this proposed project?
One of the things that I've been examining as a homeowner association is the impact on impervious soils to the pervious ratio. And every time there's increased in impervious ratio, you have to have mechanisms in place to countermand it, i.e. Wet ponds, rain gardens, whatever it happens to be. All that infrastructure needs to be paid for. And when you have to pay for it, it usually comes as a form of a tax. Bethlehem Township, like the other nearby townships, are now charging a separate tax to manage those stormwater systems.
Understood. And would that be the case with any development that involved impervious coverage?
Yep.
So it's not particular to the landfill project?
No, it's just, hey, you happen to have a big chunk, though, and you're taking away an area which has a substantial pervious area.
In terms of, I think you had testified that you occasionally get the whiff of the existing landfill when the wind is out of the southwest. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay, and have you ever reported a potential odor from the landfill to Bethlehem Township?
Nope.
Or to Lower Saucon Township?
Nope.
To DEP?
Yep.
And when was that?
Oh, probably 2018, and the answer I got from them, from my guy, I think it was a guy named Dick Paulo, was, oh, that's the dump on the other side, and you shouldn't be smelling that because they'll be covering it up.
That was someone at DEP that you reported that complaint to?
I had a conversation with him. It wasn't an official report.
It was not an official report. Okay. Have you ever made an official report
No.
with respect to an odor impact? Okay. Have you ever called the landfill when you smelled an odor to ask them to investigate the source
Yeah, I
of
did.
odor?
I called the wrong company then.
Okay. So have you ever called the Bethlehem landfill?
No.
Okay. I'm going to object to Mr. Hunt's party status.
Any other questions for Mr. Hunt on his individual party status? All right. There's another landfill that's not too far from where you're located. Is that true?
Yeah, Shrin, which is down the river.
All right. I am going to deny party status for you, Mr.
Okay.
Hunt, individually. I know you have a request for your association as well. So what is the name of the association?
Madison Farms and Neighborhood Association.
Madison Farms?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to Madison Farms HOA, did the board authorize you to request party status?
I'm on the board.
Right. Did the board vote?
Well, we didn't even know about this until we got wind of it the night we had a board meeting.
Right.
And
But
so they
in
said,
order
are you going to
for-
go to, they wanted me to go to it, and they said yes.
Okay. So do you know if you have the majority of the board seeking party status?
Yes.
Okay. And that's yes, you know it, and yes, you have it, right?
Yes, I know it.
Okay. All right, so with respect to Madison Farms, are there aspects of the association that are located closer than your particular property?
Maybe 200 more feet closer.
Okay. All right, well, why don't you tell me what your argument, is your argument any different with respect to the association?
No, it falls along those same three lines, that we are concerned about air quality, we're concerned about the stormwater management, and we're concerned about the area, the way it looks.
Okay.
What we moved into.
All right. Any questions regarding his request for party status for Madison Farms?
No, I have a similar objection to the HOA's party status.
All right. I am going to deny the request for party status for Madison Farms HOA as well.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Appreciate it.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Louise Krasnansky. My property is at 2430 Apple Butter Road.
My clients.
We are client, my husband's behind me. We are clients of Attorney Aztec. We did receive the letter from the landfill.
We have no objection to Ms. Krasnansky and Mr. Krasnansky's party status.
Sorry, I'm just trying to locate your paperwork. All right, so Andrew Krasnowski and Tina Louise Krasnowski, you will become parties to the proceeding. Thank you.
Let's go for you. Krasnasky.
All right, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I don't know if I'm in the proper order. My name is Paul Pagoda. I live at 2078 Hilltop Road in Bethlehem. It's a part of Lower Saucon Township.
Okay, and where's your property in relation to the applicants?
Googled it just minutes ago, 6.5 miles from ground zero.
Let me try to locate your application. Hang on for a minute.
It could be, it's on the right side, your right side. Spelled Pagoda. Paul Pagoda, yep. Yes.
All right, I have it. All right, so you said you're 6.5 miles from the property?
Yes, sir.
Can you advise how you feel you'd be affected by the application?
Yes, I'd be glad to.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Before your testimony, can we pull up the address on Google Earth here, Miss March?
Address is 2078 Hilltop Road, Bethlehem,
Sorry.
Pennsylvania. That's it.
Yeah.
And let's just put a marker in there and just draw the line for purposes of the record.
Is that going to get marked?
Pardon me?
Will this be a marked
We'll mark
exhibit?
this, yes.
Okay.
As BLC 10.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pagoda, can you tell us how you feel you would be affected?
Yes. By virtue of the fact that I live outside the designated area, 6.5 miles from BCL, I understand that I apparently do not warrant legal standing in this matter. I appreciate the opportunity to express why I should be granted legal standing. First point is litter. In 2010, I adopted a 1.5 mile stretch of roadway that runs through Lower Saucon Township in Bethlehem from Mountain Drive to just east of the overpass on I-78. In effect, I've been picking up garbage for 14 years along that stretch of road. It's 3 miles a round trip. So I've become somewhat of an expert on the garbage I pick up, but not only that, it's the garbage I see along the roadways, especially the intersection of I-78 and Route 412. Just last week, I was getting on the ramp to go eastbound on I-78 behind an uncovered large garbage truck, registered in New Jersey, uncovered, and out of the truck blows a big empty garbage bag, a black plastic bag. And I thought, boy, that's terrible. I'm blowing the horn like crazy trying to get the driver's attention. He ignored me. I'm sorry I didn't have the presence of mind then to get a picture of his license plate or the name on the side of the truck, because that truck is coming from BCL. That's right, and that roadway, that ramp, is what you see with the uncovered trucks because I know I spent time at the VCL site last week in preparation for today's meeting, and I watched trucks come in with covers. They unload, they get washed off if they want to, on their way back to New Jersey. Some of the garbage unfortunately blows on our roadways. So, there's a problem with litter in our community, as we well know. There's an expense associated with it. It's unattractive, it stinks, and somebody has to pick it up. And that's me, and for 14 years I've been doing it, but I'm not advocating that citizens go out and clean the ramps on I-78, but I think we need to be better stewards of our environment. And it starts by cutting down on the volume of traffic, trucks, if we can, but an expanded landfill means more trucks, more garbage, more everything. My second point is the legal implications of an expanded landfill in and around our community. In the event something goes sideways with a landfill now or in the future, with an impact on local residents and communities, or residents and communities downstream from us, I'm concerned about the impact any such event will have on my township financially when it comes to having to participate in any litigation related to any such event. An expanded landfill translates into more trash and the increased likelihood of such an event. And finally, my third and final and overarching point, in response to growing concerns about major environmental disasters, some 50 years ago, we entered the age of Earth Day, April 1970. Collective concerns about what we're doing to our planet. And I don't think then, when Earth Day was established, the EPA was established, there was any concern or attention paid to the distance between a citizen and that disaster, between a citizen and where those potential disasters take place. So I think everybody here has standing. What touches one of us touches all of us. So that's where we leave it. I appreciate your polite attention. I have nothing more to say.
Okay, questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do object to Mr. Hunt's standing.
You would object? Yeah.
Mr. Pagoda, not Mr. Hunt.
All right. And Mr. Pagoda, we are going to deny your request for party status. Yeah, and you are allowed to give public comment still, okay?
I will be back.
Yes, sir.
My name is Charles A. Statz, S-T-A-A-T-S. I reside at 2537 Quarry Lane. I object to the expansion because my property...
Hang on a second. Let me grab your application.
Okay.
You're Mr. Aztec's client?
He's within the stipulated area, so I have no objection to his
All right,
standing.
Mr. Statz, you have party status. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, can we have your name?
Michael J. Kiefer,
And your address?
4310 Lower Saucon Road, Hellertown, PA, 18055. I also own the adjacent lot to the Altoffs, but I don't have an address for that. So my property actually extends to Reddington Road. And I own another farm on Buttermilk Road that's halfway in Lower Saucon and Williams Township.
So just to be clear, it's 3 properties?
I own 3 properties in Lower Saucon, yes.
And
And they're all tree farms, nursery stock.
I'm sorry, the addresses of each of the 3?
The only one that I know is 4310 Lower Saucon. Buttermilk is, it's just an open farm, like, I don't.
Did you fill out one of these forms?
I did, yes, I just handed it to you today.
I got it.
Okay, so this one has the listed address of 4310 Lower Saucon Road, right?
Yes.
And are any of the properties, the other two properties located closer to the landfill than this one?
2783 Buttermilk is not, but what is your address? 2700. So it's in the 2700 block of Reddington Road.
Right near the autopsy.
Next, it adjoins the Altoff's property. So it's actually closer to
And
the
so
landfill.
that, all you know is it's in the 2700 block of Reddington?
Yes. It doesn't have an address. It probably has a parcel number, but I just have nursery stock on it. No houses as of yet, but it's future home for my children.
So it's just an agricultural use on that?
At the moment, yes. But I have children that are in their mid to late 20s that are ready to build, but they're afraid to build because of the landfill.
So you see the potential of using that property for residential purposes in the future?
To extend the homestead, yes.
And this 4310 Lower Saucon, that's where you live?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and let me know how you feel you are affected by this application.
Well, my main concern is water runoff and my aquifer getting recharged. So a lot of what we do in our landscape is rain gardens, recharging the aquifer. My older brother has his doctorate in environmental engineering, specializes in stream restoration and recharging aquifers. So I see the importance of it, and I can see the impact that something like this can have if it's not done properly. The landfill in the past, I mean, they don't even keep the mud off the road. You don't know what kind of contaminants come out in your tire tracks. If I go on a job site, and we do $1 million jobs where we're planting trees around warehouses, I could find thousands of dollars if I track mud out in the road. This township, they don't, like, I can't drive my nice vehicles past the dump because they cover with mud. You simply sweep the mud into the ditch. I mean, the definition of pollution is parts per million. So you take it where it's spread out over the road, you sweep it into the ditch, it directly discharges into the streams. They really mismanage what they have now, so I don't really have a lot of confidence that when they expand it, it's gonna get any better. And if you can, not to get off the subject, but I'm concerned about the water aquifer. So can you show me what aquifer that's gonna leach into? And where it's connected to me? And that's a question.
All right. Do you have anything else to present regarding how you're affected or impacted by the proposed application or the application?
I'm on well water, yes. I irrigate my nursery with well water and pond water. Trees are sensitive to contaminants. It could put me out of business if my aquifer gets contaminated.
And so now you're talking about the property at 2700 Reddington, or within the 2700 block of Reddington, you have concerns?
Which adjoins 4310, yes,
Mhm.
and which I would assume is all the same aquifer.
So when you say it adjoins, those are abutting properties, they share a
Yes.
property line?
They do.
Okay. And that's the one that's, 4310 is the one that's adjacent to Optof, or 2700 is?
They both.
They both are?
They both are.
They're both about 0.7 mile, I believe. That was the measurement we had for the autopsy. This is slightly closer, right?
Slightly closer, yes.
Okay. All right.
And then the other concerns I have, I don't know if you're going down the list or not, but Lower Saucon Road is a pretty steep hill. And every time 78 shut down, or DOT on occasion sets up at the Bethlehem Hellertown entrance from 78, trucks come the back way. Because we have apps to avoid the same DOT and stuff, and it's a widely used practice. So they come down Lower Saucon Road, And at that hill, it comes up pretty quick, so trucks hit their brakes hard, and when they do, you get a rippled effect where it ruins the road. So you can't, like my girlfriend, my children, my employees who drive nice cars, their cars are getting ruined because the road is, we have better roads in my nursery, off-road. It's horrible. The roads, Lower Saucon is failing already. So if you expand the dump, trucks are gonna do the same thing, especially if you look at your map and then it's all of a sudden it's closer on your GPS to go the back way. Lower Saucon Road can't handle any more truck traffic. And I don't wanna get the finger pointed at our tractor trailers to ruin the road when we only have 2 tractor trailers and we use it seasonally. So it does, that could adversely affect my business if they say they turn that into a no truck road because of the trash trucks. The other issue is a lot of that land got cleared and now we hear 78 and from the other end, a lot more. I sit up on a ridge, I have a beautiful view, and it's quality life. We're you know, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see this landfill from my house. I mean, I can see all the way to the Poconos, I can see into Jersey, and that's the value of my property, is the view. And then there's a smell. You know, am I gonna smell it from my house?
Are you able to smell the current landfill?
I don't, my girlfriend does, but she has a better nose than me.
And you say your girlfriend does, your girlfriend when she's at your property?
She lives there, yeah, for the last 11 years, so.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
What else should I write on there? My well, the noise, the road. My main concern is the contamination of my aquifer, and I don't know if I asked a question, but maybe.
Well, and that, you're asserting that based on the
Erosion and sediment that may occur
during construction?
No, the full time, where is the sediment ponds, like I'm
Okay.
asking you, where is this, what aquifer is this going to leach into when you have runoff and contaminants? That's what I'm asking you.
All right. No, I'm not going to answer questions. So it's your burden as the property owner to present evidence to show that you're impacted or affected by this, okay? All right, Ms. Garber, do you have questions?
Just a couple of points of clarification. So there are 3 properties that you own, and you live at one of them?
Yes,
That's the 4310
Lower Saucon.
Lower Saucon, and the other 2 are being used as a nursery,
Yes,
correct? And they're all on the other side of 78, is that correct? From the proposed project?
no. I don't think so.
So, just gonna use my pointer here. So this is 78, correct?
Yeah.
And your properties are all on if you're looking at this exhibit, to the right or the east of 78, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the proposed expansion is to the,
Yeah, so I'm on the other side of 70,
Okay.
yes.
you had said something about noise impact because of tree clearing, that you hear more noise from 78 now? Is that what you testified to?
Yep.
Is that at all related to the existing landfill?
It could be, yes.
But you had said it was because of certain tree clearing that you heard more noise from
I
78?
don't know if it's from the pipeline or from you, but I believe it's from that. It's in recent, just this season, we hear 78 a lot more.
So you hear Route 78, you're saying that the
Yes.
noise you hear is the traffic from Route 78?
That's correct.
Okay. And
But and I do a lot of sound barriers. So sound travels back and forth and bounces around. So just because when you take that out, the way sound moves and stuff, you affect the way it travels. So when you take out massive amounts of trees and clearing, that all absorbs noise. So the reason why acoustics work in an open room and they're better is because there's nothing there to absorb it. So when you take stuff, whether it's to the left or right or above it or below it, when you remove it, sound amplifies.
Okay, I appreciate
So-
the explanation. I really just
Well,
want to
you're
stick to
trying
the
to say
fence.
that doesn't matter. It
No,
does
no,
matter.
I'm just asking you questions.
Okay, well, I'm answering them.
I'm just trying to glean the facts, which is
And I
that,
gave you the facts, that you're taking away things that absorb noise. They're not there, so it doesn't matter if it's above me, below me, to the left, to the right. Talking to this microphone, the people behind me hear me because there's nothing to absorb the noise there, because this projects sound there.
okay, Mr. McNair, can we just sort of stick to maybe an answering of my specific
Yeah.
questions?
Yep, let's move on.
You had testified that you're concerned about your aquifer recharge, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
But you, I think, also testified that you don't know where your particular aquifer is and whether you have a shared aquifer with any of the groundwater that would be in the vicinity of the expansion, is that correct?
That's correct, and I think you don't know that either, and that's my concern.
Okay, let's not get into arguments at this point. We're here to
I'm answering
determine
the
whether or
questions.
not,
I think this,
I'm here to determine whether or not you have party status, whether you should be granted party status.
And you testified that you don't currently smell any odors from the Bethlehem landfill, is that correct?
I personally don't, but my girlfriend does, yes.
I don't have any more questions. I object to Mr. Stats' party status, that is.
I'd like to ask a couple questions.
Sorry, Mr. Kiefer.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Kiefer, you had indicated that your tree farm is dependent upon the aquifer, is that correct?
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
if that tree farm, if the aquifer that feeds the tree farm is polluted in any way, it could destroy your business, is that correct?
It absolutely would.
And one of the reasons that you are seeking party status is because you want to ask the questions that are pertinent to that which would directly impact you and your business, is that correct?
Yes. I would like, and a question why I'm so adamant and so passionate about it, I want to know where that aquifer is, and I know it's a question that they won't or can't answer because it's almost impossible.
Well, that's
So-
a question that you want
Well, that's a question that I need answered, so I
For
can
your- for
continue
your-
my livelihood, support my children. I've been in the valley, there's Kiefer Street, we've been here 7 generations, families fought in every war. I don't want to leave the area, but if I can't continue to do what I love to do, and that's grow trees, and I've invested everything I own, all my time. I work day and night to sustain it. And this is a threat to my livelihood and my family's heritage.
And you were also, another concern of yours is, although you don't smell the odors, your girlfriend complains about them to you, I assume.
She does, and I come home, I smell like diesel fuel or oil. I don't smell it. She smells it.
And you're talking about, and you also talked about the truck traffic that is affecting the roadways that you travel on a regular basis, is that correct?
The road, Lower Saucon, immediately in front of me, there's truck traffic there. I'm an early riser. I don't notice as much. She commutes to New York, so she works different hours. She hears the truck traffic, it wakes her up. There's trucks coming in all hours of the night lined up. They wait around our house and stuff. They idle, and they wait for the dump to open.
So do you know definitively that they relate to this particular landfill?
Absolutely, I
Okay.
do, because I've confronted them, yes.
All right.
They pulled into my lot and parked and slept there overnight. And if they knock on the door and ask and shut their truck off, I'd let them do it probably. But it's people that, they come here, like, I can't even communicate with them because they haven't done even speak English. Like, they're in my lot and I don't know if they're stealing stuff. Like, I have people trespassing because of the landfill on my property, like already.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
I just want to ask a couple of follow-up questions. Have you ever reported the idling trucks that you say are on your road to anyone?
No,
Not the township
nope,
or DEP?
no.
Have you ever called the landfill to say that you're concerned about their customers or alleged customers perhaps trespassing on your property or idling, turning around in your driveway?
Nope, we usually just handle it ourselves and tell them to leave,
And do you know whether the landfill has a designated haul route in terms of the roads that the trucks are allowed to use under the landfill's plan and their
Well,
DEP
whether
permit?
they do or don't, it's not being followed. So, because I approve of that.
Do you know whether any of those trucks are local collector trucks? So for example, they're collecting trash from
No,
your
because they're
neighboring
tractor
properties?
trailers that are hauling in frameless dump trucks, and they're not local trash haulers, don't do that. And they have out-of-state plates.
I don't have any more questions. I maintain my objection to
Okay.
the standing of
I
this
am going to
witness.
grant party status to Mr. Kiefer. Okay, who's next?
Hello, my name's Ginger Petrie, Petrie, 2626 Reddington Road, Hellertown, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Teachers are clients of mine.
Okay.
And I don't have any objection to their
All
party
right.
status.
All right, Mr. and Mrs. Petrie, you will be parties to the proceeding. Thank you very much. Let's state your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Jessica King, 2456 Alpine Drive, Hellertown, PA. You have my application. I'm one of the ones that had a distance, so you had 2 piles, and I had a distance on mine. It's not stapled.
Okay, Miss King. So, again, 2456 Alpine Drive, Hellertown, and you've listed out that you're approximately 1.78 miles from the entrance to the landfill, 1.97 miles from the expansion area. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay.
based on my using of Google Earth last night.
Okay.
I am choosing to speak on this behalf because I feel that we all, based on the Constitution of Pennsylvania, Section 127, have a right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values to our environment. That is something that was determined well before I came into the picture. Last year, well, actually, I'll go back. In 2014, we bought our property. We have 18 acres, and I run a small farm. Because we have a small farm, we don't go many places. You know, you're kind of married to the land. You're caring for your critters. We bought a boat last year so that we could use it on the Delaware and the Lehigh River. We typically go to the boat ramp that exit Route 33 entrance for the Lehigh River. And we typically will go upstream from there towards where the landfill is proposing to expand and ruin the bucolic look of that hillside along the river. Our children like to kayak and bike, and we use the D&L trail a lot. That is part of why we chose to move to Hellertown, because of the small town community, as well as the proximity to outdoor recreation and activities. So it is our opinion as a family that taking away that hillside not only is detrimental to the D&L, the National Heritage Corridor, but also to the benefit of our region for other families like ourselves that are looking for outdoor recreation and time together as a family. I am a certified poultry tech for the Department of Agriculture, and it is my job and duty to be a phlebotomist, something I never thought I would say, for chickens and waterfowl. It's a weird thing. It's a very niche thing. The reason why I do it is because our children and many children in Northampton County show poultry for 4-H, both at the community and the state level. In order to be a poultry tech, you have to be willing to go to people's farms and draw blood, mail it into the state lab, or I drive it to Harrisburg straight to the state lab, and they are testing for things like highly pathogenic avian influenza, salmonella, and purlorum. HPAI is the thing that is decimating our food options when it comes to chicken and turkey. There are shortages of eggs. I'm sure everyone here has seen it in our grocery stores. There are shortages of chicken and turkey and duck. The reason for that is because migratory birds are carrying HPAI from the places that they winter and then they bring it back north along the rivers, and the migratory patterns of those birds are affected by places like the Bethlehem Landfill. When you have a densely populated region for birds, like we know that they have, you are interfering with those migratory bird patterns and introducing a density of fecal matter that they pick up, and a single pencil, like the size of an eraser of fecal matter that one bird picks up on their foot and takes to another farm, can be the cause of an entire flock of birds needing to be culled.
Excuse me, Mr. McNair, this sounds a lot like substantive expert testimony, which there will be a time and place for that if this witness is granted party status, but I think that this really goes beyond the scope of the testimony with respect to standing.
Well, being that I am beyond the
let me
circle.
rule on the objection, okay?
Okay.
So I do want you to focus on how this is going to affect you personally, okay?
Yes, I am beyond the red circle. I raise poultry. We show poultry. We have high quality birds. HPAI is in Pennsylvania. If we continue to allow what I thought was going to be an end date within a 5-year time frame of the landfill, the likelihood of that density of birds was going to diminish. Now you're looking to increase it by decades, which means that the likelihood of HPAI or other similar diseases are going to continue to be concentrated within 2 miles of my farm. I breed, I sell poultry. It's what I do. That's my business. My farm is Blue Barnyard. I am advertised as doing as such.
So you're suggesting that because of the expansion of the flyway, it enhances and increases the threat of the spread of avian flu? Is that the sum and substance of this? And
With
it would
increased
affect you as a
density of
farmer?
other flying creatures, the birds that like to follow the trucks, the birds that live currently at the landfill, they are there because of garbage. If we aren't expanding the landfill and the landfill ceases to have operations within 5 years, as I understood it to be,
And that this would
then
pose,
this would expand
pose
that
a health hazard. Is that what you're?
for decades longer, for the entire valley as well as my home.
And for you personally as a farmer within the community?
Yes, it stops my ability to breed showbirds.
Ms. Garber, any additional questions?
I do. Have any of your chickens had the HPAI virus to date?
They have not.
That's all I have. I object to the standing of this witness.
Any other questions?
I'd like to suggest, although this is kind of outside of the parameters of what we typically hear, it represents a health hazard to the community that we have not heard from anybody else because they're not as knowledgeable as this individual. But if the question is, does this have a direct impact? I think her compelling testimony is that it does. And that she ought to be allowed to ask questions pertaining to what the health impact would be of this project. And I think that's all she's asking to do, is provide her educated information and ask intelligent questions about the health impact that this expansion would have upon farmers and the agricultural community.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate the summary, and certainly I understand, Ms. King, what you're asking, and I understand the testimony you gave, but I don't find that you qualify for party status in this particular proceeding. That's not to say that you cannot provide comment. It's also not to say that if someone wished to call you as a witness, they could. So I'm gonna deny party status, okay?
Ooh, that's not a good, that was not right.
Sir.
Hey there, my name is Brian Morrow, B-R-I-A-N, Morrow, M-A-U-R-O. I submitted my form earlier this afternoon. I'm located at 4353 Lower Saucon Road, Hellertown, PA. 18055. So, as you can see there, real close to the 3378 interchange. And my wife and I purchased this property back in 2017. Previously, we lived 4 houses down the road on 1329 Island Park Road. We purchased this property, approximately 20 acres, because our old house backed up to it. I saw people walking through those woods at that time, wanting to develop it. We bought it in the estate sale, and the intention is to help preserve the green space that we're losing rapidly in the Lehigh Valley. The property is currently spread between Williams Township, about 7 acres there, and the remaining 13 acres in Lower Saucon Township. Ever since we moved in, wow, the truck traffic. Where do I begin? It's scary. It's dangerous. I live on a bend of a road, and the trucks fly by there, starting about 4 a.m. When I have to make a left-hand turn, or my teenage sons, when they did it before they moved out, it made you worry as a parent.
These are trucks that are definitively related to the landfill?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
you can tell the difference between a garbage truck and a truck hauling, say, trees.
Right. I need
yeah.
the record to be
Yeah.
clear, though,
Very
as
clear.
to whether we're talking about trucks generally,
Yeah.
or we're talking about...
There was a few companies that I did call over the years to complain to them about the rate of speed on their trucks. Didn't get anywhere. Information desk. We did call Lower Saucon Township Police. They informed us it's a state road. I know it a few times they said they'd try and patrol it a little bit. And we also, back in about 2018, 2019, did contact the borough and said, hey, can you do anything about it? Informed it was a state road and couldn't really get anywhere. We have complained to the state and not really gotten anywhere on that. But I have concerns that this truck traffic, thought there was an end in sight. Now it's, I think, going to just continue for the rest of our lives. My sons, they consider potentially building a home on expanding the homestead, so to speak, in the area. Or taking over the home after my wife and I pass. Yeah, they're not so interested anymore if there's going to be a dump that they have to watch a mountain of trash grow from. They also have concerns, and I have concerns about the aquifer, as other people have. We raise chickens for meat, for personal consumption, and eggs, and have concerns about all the birds and coming in with the flu. And we're just a stone's throw away from where this perceived expansion is going to be.
Okay, so let's talk about the stone's throw away.
Yeah.
How far are you from the property?
I have no idea.
All right,
You'd
can
have
we-
to get the
can we
magic,
try to
magic
find that?
pointer out and go to the farthest part of the property, and not the blue line, remember, but the further line.
Are we going to that corner of the property, Mr. McNair, that you had
Yes.
identified
Yeah.
earlier? Ms.
Yeah,
March,
Jim, do you have that?
Yeah.
Are you able to look this one up, Jim?
.99.
Now, you are also on the farther back part of my property. If you went further, closer to the roadway intersection between Reddington and Lower Saucon Road, I believe it'll even be closer.
Mr. Young, were you measuring, where were you measuring that distance from?
To the corner of the tank farm.
From the corner that the witness just specified, so the measurement is .99?
Nope. Okay.
Neighbor Charlie Stats.
But as I mentioned, if you measured from the closest part of my property, which is closer to the roadway where my house is located, it'd be even closer. Other
Well,
concerns
I think
Yeah.
Mr. Young measured it from the
Yeah.
two closest points, right? So you measured it from the closest point of the applicant's property to the closest point, meaning the
So
property
you can see the
line.
roadway there, but.
He's,
Yeah.
Mr. Young is
Mr.
using
Young,
something
the
on
zoning
the screen.
officer, he has a different
Okay.
yeah, measurement tool up.
Sounds
Alright,
good.
So it looks like it's just under a mile. Okay.
Other concerns I have is the trash. Couple times a year, as it's a turn, the trash blows out of the trucks. I've seen it personally blow out of the trucks, and it all collects on the downhill side across from my house. A couple times a year, I have to go and pick up several trash bags full of trash. Not to say other people aren't littering, but I think it's pretty safe to say a lot is blown out from the trucks. As previously mentioned, the road conditions are deteriorating, both after on Lower Saucon Road because of the heavy truck traffic and they hit the brakes. You get the ripple effect in the road. but that's also occurring now on Island Park Road, which is basically the same road, just changed townships down to Williams Township.
Let me interrupt you there.
Yes.
Ms. Garber, is he on a haul route?
No.
Is there a haul route in close proximity to his home?
The haul route is off of 78 and up 412.
Okay.
And just because there is a declared haul route doesn't mean they're necessarily following it.
That's true. All right, so on your list here,
Also,
you have
I'm concerned about the quality of water. My hobby and passion is raising koi, and I need good quality water for my fish to live.
do you have well water?
I have well water,
So
probably one of the
you're
last hand-dug
concerned-
wells that you find in Northampton County, I'm told.
You're concerned that the water may travel
Yes.
a mile.
Don't know which aquifer I'm in, nor do I know which aquifer they're proposing to utilize as well.
Right.
And I don't know how the underground water systems connect and things travel. Not an
Okay.
expert, just concerned.
Sure. Any other ways that you feel you are going to be affected?
No, let me see here. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people in the area, I've invested my hopes, my dreams, all my sweat equity, my money, everything into this property, and my wife and I are at a real standstill. Do we keep fixing up this 1849 farmhouse that's been in the township for a long time and preserving the grounds, or do we watch our property value plummet as a mountain of trash is built for us to see in the future?
Okay, any questions, Ms. Garber?
I don't have any questions, but I do object to the standing of this witness.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Mora, I am going to deny party status. I understand your concerns, but I am going to deny it. So, thank you, sir.
Wow. That is very disappointing.
Don't forget to come back for public comment.
I'm Kurt Balch. That's B as in Bravo, ALCH. Live at 2681 Reddington Road. You've had a picture of my house up pretty much all morning. I live across the street on Reddington from Mr. Optoff. I'm the large 7-acre parcel with the pond.
Can we pull that up on Google Earth?
Right, yep, you're about to, no? You're closing out from it. I'm just outside your red territory. Come down. No? Sure thing. If you zoom out, there we go. This 7-acre parcel here, south of 78 is me.
I didn't find your application. Can you give me your name again?
Certainly. It's Balch, B as in Bravo, ALCH.
Correct.
Okay, how far are you from the property?
I'm a little bit closer than Mr. Optoff, so I believe that's somewhere in the area of just under 3/4 of a mile,
Right.
as we're measuring today.
All right. And I have what's on your application here. Increase of landfill odors, I think it says.
Correct.
Anything else besides that you want to state for the record?
As for personal injury, potentials for increased odors and reduced quality of life, reduced land values, as well as concerns for water qualities and infrastructure travel concerns.
Are you able to smell the current landfill from your property?
I do. Currently, it is most prevalent from October to March between 0600 and 0900, typically on dry days when the wind is coming from the west.
Okay. Anything else before I allow for questions?
No, I'm
All right.
prepared.
Okay, Ms. Garber, questions?
When did you buy your property?
Bought the property in 2017.
And you testified as to odors that are detected from your property that you attribute to the existing Bethlehem landfill. Have you ever reported an odor that you're experiencing that you think is coming from the landfill?
I have not, because actually when I purchased the property 6 years ago, they were very infrequent, and they have grown more frequent as we've seen that the landfill has increased its height so that the breezes are crossing over and becoming more prevalent. Used to be maybe I'd smell the landfill, maybe a half a dozen times in a 3-month period. Now I'm smelling it on a weekly period.
And when did that increase change?
In the past 2 years.
So since 2021, like winter of 2021?
Approximately. Might have begun in 2020. But like I said, it's 0600 to 0900, so it means whether or not I'm out walking the property early today.
Okay, so prior to winter 2021, the odors that you experienced were less frequent and you did not report those to anyone, is that correct?
Correct.
And since the winter of 2021, have you reported instances where you smell an odor that you suspect is coming from the Bethlehem landfill?
I have not.
I don't have any other questions, but I do object to this witness's standing.
Any other questions? All right. I am going to grant party status to Mr. Belch.
Thanks, sir. Out of curiosity, would it be possible to also have my wife for party status as well?
And she resides with you at the property?
Correct.
Is she affected to the same extent as you? Is there any reason why she wouldn't be?
No, the exact same.
All right. What's her name?
Her name is Stephanie, Phanie, Straka, that's STRAKA. Doctor. AKA.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, she will be added as well. Okay.
Hello.
Sir, hello.
I am Sean Hartnett.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I don't think we marked that last exhibit that had the measurement. Was there a measurement from that one, Ms. March?
No, the township had mentioned that it was
Okay, all right.
.99.
Then, sorry for the interruption, no need.
Sorry, that was the one before that one. So Kurt's property is actually closer.
Did we do a measurement for Kurt Belch?
I think you just eyeballed it based upon.
Well, you had stated that you were slightly closer than Mr.
Optos,
Optos,
yep.
right? So he was at .77, so you're at approximately 3/4 of a mile, right?
That's it.
And we had no exhibit associated with that.
Right, but we utilized an exhibit that the township supplied for Mr. Morrow at .99.
Mr. Hartman.
Sure. Sean Hartnett, and I reside at 4210 Lower Saucon Road. And my wife Pamela is here with me. You may want to read hers because her handwriting's legible versus mine.
All right, I have both.
So-
All right, where are you in relation to the applicant's parcel?
Probably half a mile, not
Okay.
even.
All right, why don't we perform a measurement? And you're not within the stipulated area, though? You think you're just outside of that red line?
Yeah, we're just outside.
Can you spell your last name, sir?
Hartnett, Hartnett.
So, and Jim, can you take a look at this one? Because I think it's going to be in an area where we have to measure from I would like a measurement from the property limits.
.79.
Okay.
Sure. So my concerns, just like many of the others here, it's the air, water, land pollution is some. There's also the health and safety risks that are presented by that. And I have a bunch of data that I can cite here around those risks related to cancers, birth defects, and other abnormalities caused to children. There's also the property value destruction that I expect that will occur here. I also am severely concerned about the leaching into the water and the landscape that is in this area, just because it is so prevalent with sinkholes and limestone. And then I share the same aquifer. My well is over 500 feet deep, so I'm pretty certain that I probably share the same aquifer here. And I'm also an expert in digital technology for land and to do the stuff. I'm going to tell you right now, there is no tech in the world. I'll be able to prove whether or not the aquifers between us all are connected, because it's incredibly expensive to do something like that, to the point where it probably bankrupts the landfill. What else?
We
So,
also add the increase in truck traffic. They do not follow the route. This has been stated many times at Lower Saucon Township Council meetings. They do not obey traffic signals, aka stop signs. They've often fly through stop signs. We live right at the crux. Coming up the hill, there is no stop sign. They have the right of way. Coming from the landfill, they try to take a shortcut back to 78, cutting down Lower Saucon Road over to Island Park and picking up 78 closer to Morgan Hill. They often miss that stop sign and go bombing through. And when I say bombing through, I'm guessing about 50 to 60 miles an hour. I've reported it to police multiple times since we've moved in, back to 2019. I've offered our driveway for them to sit in to monitor if they so please. They have not taken us up on that. I've complained to the state to update the stop signage and add some more stuff on the roads to indicate that there is a stop sign coming and there's a stop sign area zone present. While they have done that, the trucks quickly erode the painting on the line, and the stop signs still aren't sufficient for someone to be barreling down the road at that speed to take note. So that is one complaint. Also, the debris that flies into what we call the swale, which flows down the hill to our neighbor's horse pasture. That horse pasture leads right into that stream. From the swale runs right into the stream that the horses drink their water. So the horses at the neighbors are at risk as well. And we do have, like Kurt mentioned, we did not smell the dump that much when we first moved in, but it has increased. And yes, I have reported it to the DEP. I was told that there was some new technology being placed in, and I shouldn't have to be worried about that as much, but we still consider to smell them. I also travel Apple Butter Road quite frequently for volunteer work and personal business. There's not a day that you can go by, wet, dry, windy, humid, that you don't smell the dump from about the top of the hill by the church all the way down to the S-turns by the old farm. My husband just washed my car, traveled it, and it looked like nothing happened. So the dirt, mud, and odor is real. And now that we know that a little bit more of what lives in the dump, it is a bit scary to be tracking that into your home.
Okay.
the other thing I want to say is the visual nuisance that this will be. The dump is going to be 725 feet tall. For those that don't have a perspective on how high 725 feet tall is, that's half the size of the Empire State Building. That also makes this the 9th largest, tallest building in the state of Pennsylvania, just to give you more perspective.
I'm just going to clarify here, because it's not 725 feet tall. There's a 725-foot elevation. So
Above sea level? Is that what that is? Or is the
Yes.
725 feet above sea level? Or, okay, got it, I understand.
So you can see that for 33 miles. I Googled that. You don't have to be a scientist to figure that one out. So you're going to see this for miles. And unfortunately, I live less than one.
Okay, all right, thank you. Are there questions?
Just a couple. So with respect to the traffic, the truck traffic that you testified to, how is it that you know that those trash trucks are going to the Bethlehem landfill and that they're not collector trucks that may be going to Shrin landfill or some other landfill?
Starting at about 4 a.m., they start barreling up the roads in droves. I mean, dozens.
I understand that. My question is, how do you know that their
They're not stopping,
destination?
they're just going. I can see them come down the hill, come up the hill, and make a quick right turn all the way down to the dump.
So you know that their destination is the Bethlehem landfill, and they're not picking up something along that route and then taking it to another destination, or you're just assuming?
Well, I don't know where else a full dump truck would be headed in that direction, so I guess there is a small potential, but overall, yeah, they're going to the dump.
And you had indicated that you reported odors to DEP, and when was that?
Probably about a month ago. I don't report as often as I would like. It's a time constraint, it's a memory constraint. Often I'm driving. I don't want to be dialing a phone number while driving. But yes, sometime in January, I was able to make a formal complaint from my home.
So other than the complaint in January, have you ever made a formal complaint about odors from the landfill?
No, honestly, I didn't know you could make such a complaint until the end of December.
We have complained at Lower Saucon Township in person in meetings.
In terms of though, when you sense an odor at a particular time, other than the time in January when you called DEP, have you, other than that, ever called to report in real time, I'm experiencing odor, I would like this to be investigated.
That time in January, yes, and as I said before, I'd love to do it more often. I just don't always have the bandwidth to do it.
Understood, so that was the first and only time you've done that?
And I
Okay.
plan to do it more for compliance.
There's information posted, just for purposes of this group and the public, that there is a phone number for the landfill, and that the landfill encourages people when they have a complaint, particularly with an odor issue, that they can come out and investigate it faster than, say, DEP, and so that information's available on the township website.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions?
No other questions?
Okay.
And I'll note my objection for the record to the standing of both of these witnesses.
Okay, I am going to grant party status to Pamela and Sean Hartnett.
Okay, yes, sir.
Frank Palumbo, Palumbo, 2566 Kings Mill Road, Hellertown.
Mr. Palumbo is a client.
I have the form right here.
Okay, Mr. Palumbo.
Can you state your address one more time?
2566 Kings Mill Road, Hellertown.
Okay, you may proceed.
My primary concern is odors. I've reported odors at my property. Let's check the map so we know what the distance is, because I know you've been checking it.
Yeah.
My calculations come to about 1.3, 1.4 miles, but I prefer to get an official distance put on the record.
Okay, let's take a
If
look.
we could do that. It's 2566 Kings Mill. I'm outside of the circles, just so you know.
1.28.
Okay.
Okay, so the township zoning officer has suggested you're 1.28 miles from
Okay.
the
So-
that's from the property line, Jim? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my primary concern is, as I said earlier, is odors. I just reported some odors just last week. It was on the, let's see here, February 23rd, 10:45 a.m. Reported to DEP. I've reported odors many times over the years. I've been to many council meetings. My biggest concern is, like I said, it's the odors. There are times I can't use my outdoor property. I've invested a substantial and very significant amount of money into my property. I have an outdoor built-in outdoor pool. There are times I haven't been able to use it. I haven't been able to use I have 4.5 acres roughly, or 4.3 to be exact. I can't do landscaping outside. I can't walk the dogs on the street. I'm concerned also about the well. I'm on a well as well. No pun intended there. Truck traffic, I'm not as concerned about, but I am concerned about the mud. I'm afraid to go on Apple Bottle Road on my motorcycle, because until recently it's just been finally repaved, because it was turned into like a washboard. So not only because of the road conditions, but the rocks that are on that road, the mud, I'm afraid I'll slip on the motorcycle. I'm afraid of getting the stink onto my car. And mostly my other concern is also the well water, and I know we're not going to be able to pin it down about the aquifers, and I heard ad nauseum here about how it's not going to be proved. However, I am a big aquarist. I have multiple fish tanks, and I'm concerned about my life within my house. I have multiple dogs. I'm concerned about the dogs being potentially poisoned. And I'm not really able to enjoy the property I've got here. So as far as I'm concerned,
if I'm smelling it now at the size it is today, I know the complaints are the smell and my complaints will increase as this dump expands. We were told when we built this property back in 2005 that this dump was probably gonna go away, and it should have gone away by now. At least that's what we were informed by our builder at the time. But since then, this dump has done nothing but expand. And now that I see that it wants to expand even larger and encroach even closer to where I live, I'm worried about my property values. And at some point in time, I'm gonna be retiring and possibly moving out of the area. And if I know my property, and I've already talked to a realtor in the last couple of weeks concerning the expansion, and I've already been told by a realtor that my property values will be impacted by that. So any further expansion is gonna decrease the property value as well. Let's see. As a citizen in Pennsylvania, I'm entitled to clean air, water, and environment. I don't think we should diminish this by any mileage as we've been doing here throughout today, because every single person that lives within Lower Saucon, whether they could smell it or not, is being impacted by this. It's not good for the Lehigh Valley. It's not good for Lower Saucon. And I'll stop my commentary right there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Palumbo. Do we have questions for Mr. Palumbo?
I have a couple of questions. Mr. Palumbo, looking at this aerial, and let's mark this as BLC 11, and BLC 11 has a red tack mark which notes the location of your property. And looking at this, is the existing landfill closer to your property than the proposed expansion?
I don't see my property. And I don't know if it's closer or not. You could do the map with your little Google Earth and figure it out.
So the proposed expansion, it looks like the proposed expansion is not any closer to your property than the existing landfill. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's measure.
Let's do the
If you
mileage.
could, Ms. March, measure from the red tack to, let's make it to Apple Butter Road.
That line is 1.41 miles.
And then if you move it still along Apple Butter Road, but to the eastern edge of the landfill, as you can see it on this aerial, it's just to the edge of Apple Butter Road. That's no closer than the existing landfill, is that correct, Mr. Palumbo?
It appears so.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of, you had testified you bought this property in 2005, correct?
Correct.
And you're concerned about the property values with respect to the proposed expansion, correct?
Correct.
But when you bought the property, presumably whatever impact, if any, the existing landfill had on your property would have already been in place, is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Well, I say no because I was informed by the builder that the property, or that landfill was gonna close.
But as a factual matter, the existing landfill was at that location when you purchased your property, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But the landfill is gonna be much larger. Much larger landfill means more odors, right?
There's going to be testimony about the proposed expansion, and what I'll represent is that the landfill, in terms of the active landfill, isn't going to be any larger. It gets developed out over time. It will be the same volume of waste that comes in, subject to the same limitations. And so I just want to make the record clear that in terms of the size of the landfill, it's a continuation of an existing business operation in terms of impacts.
I don't agree, because the size of the landfill
We're getting a little off topic.
It's speculative.
It's all, yep.
Certainly.
Let's
Okay, I'm going
stick
to ask a
to
couple more
party
questions.
status issues.
Certainly. Mr. Palumbo, you had said that you reported odors just last week, I think you said on February 23rd.
Correct.
To DEP.
Correct.
And did anyone from DEP come out to investigate the odor?
No,
So it was never confirmed what the source of that odor was?
not by the DEP, but by my nose it was.
When you had also indicated that many times over the years you have made formal complaints about odors that in your mind were coming from the Bethlehem landfill, is that true?
That is true.
Okay, can you tell me, generally speaking, how many times do you think you called in an odor complaint?
Over the last 18 years?
Since you've owned the property, I guess, yes.
I don't know. I don't keep track. I'd be guessing.
Do you call them into DEP? Do you call them into the township? Do you call them into landfill, or some combination of the three?
I've called them primarily into the DEP. I've called the town, or I've spoken at multiple township meetings. And
I'm
complained
actually,
about-
talking about specific real-time complaints where you call up either the DEP or the township or that landfill and say,
I've called
I'm
the
smelling
landfill
an
in
odor.
the past. I have called the landfill in the past.
So you've called DEP sort of almost in real time, like I'm smelling an odor?
Yes.
And you've called the landfill
I
in
have.
real time, and you've called
And I didn't
the,
call them in this last week, no.
okay, but over the years, you said you've made calls?
I don't know how many times. And I don't call them anymore because there's no point. They don't do anything. I've never seen them investigate it. So what's
So-
the point in making a phone call?
No one from DEP has ever come out to investigate an odor complaint at your property?
I've never seen them on my property.
Has anyone from the landfill over the years ever come out in response to an odor complaint that you made to them in real time to investigate the source of the odor?
That I don't know what they do, if they come to my house or not. They've never come to my door to ask me.
Okay, I don't have any more questions for this witness. I will object to his standing as a party, though.
Any other questions from anyone else of the witness? All right. All right, Mr. Palumbo, I certainly understand all your concerns, but I am going to deny party status at this time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Palumbo, Palumbo. I also reside at 2566 Kings Mill Road.
Okay, are you able to assert anything different than your husband with respect to how you would be affected?
Well, certainly, I can see it. I can smell it. I'm concerned about the air, the water, and the environment that I live in. As he had stated, we were told that the landfill was going to be going away 17 plus years ago. Now they want to expand the landfill. That's going to be another 30 years. We're going to be retiring a lot sooner than 30 years. So I'm worried about property values and what that's going to do to my house. Parts that worry me the most is the water. And if that water gets contaminated, I'm on a well. A lot of us are on wells. And if that water gets contaminated, what are our options? We don't have city water or anything else. Basically, it's going to render my property worthless. No one's going to want to buy it. No one can live there. And I'm very concerned about that because I'm right where I'm going to be retiring. And now I have this to deal with. And I'm concerned about my health. I can't, what about the things that I can't see? What about the things I can't smell, taste? Are they affecting my health? I don't think anybody's doing a study on that, looking to see how this could possibly impact us even more. So I'm extremely concerned that just for them to benefit, to get more money, to get a bigger landfill, bring in more garbage, it's going to affect me, my life. And as a citizen of Pennsylvania, as a taxpayer, I should at least be able to have clean air, clean water, and fertile land to grow crops on. I should at least be able to have that. And if you can guarantee me I will not be losing any of those things, with this expansion, I'll go home now and shut up. But if you can't guarantee me that, how can you expect me to just sit back and allow you to put 275 more acres of garbage another 1 point some miles away from me? I'm very concerned. I have anxiety.
Yep, and that's why we're listening to you. We want to know how you specifically would be affected by the application. So I heard odor, water, you're a taxpayer, affecting the clean
My
air.
health.
Yes.
Anxiety is an issue for me. This is creating great anxiety for me.
So this is not speculative, this is something that you see and smell.
Yes,
correct?
every day.
This is the odors that are emanating from the current landfill.
I don't smell the odors every day, but I do smell the odors, and if I go into town for groceries, I see the landfill to my right when I'm going into town and to my left when I'm coming back, so I'm constantly reminded that it's there. And what's above, I can see what's above the ground, but I don't know what's going on below the ground, and that scares me even more, because we could all be drinking this water, and God knows what the health risks are gonna be. And I do have my well tested every year, but what do you test for? I have no idea what's coming in there. So I'm very, very concerned for my life and well-being.
Okay, any other specifics, Ms. Palumbo?
Just desiring to be able to live my life, I think that should be enough, and be healthy.
Okay, any questions, Ms. Garber?
I don't have any questions, but I will object to this witness's party status.
Any questions from anyone else? All right, Ms. Palumbo, I am going to deny your request for party status, but certainly all the statements you made are appropriate to make as public comment. So you are going to be given that opportunity,
May
okay?
I ask a question?
You may.
If I am standing here, I get paid by the hour. I'm standing here, I had to take off of work, and I'm standing here because I'm afraid of what's gonna happen to my health, and you're gonna tell me that my life, to me, doesn't mean enough?
I didn't
to
make
even-
that
to-
statement.
To be even have party status?
I didn't make that statement, did I?
But I do not have party status.
You are allowed to participate in these proceedings, and you can give a public comment concerning it.
But I have questions for the people who sold me the house all those years ago and everything
But
else.
that's not for this proceeding. You can go and talk to them. You could maybe file a civil action against someone if they told you something specifically that's
For
incorrect.
today, right now, I'm here because I'm concerned about my life.
You've
And my
requested
health.
party status.
Yes,
I am
on that.
ruling based on the statute and the case law in Pennsylvania with respect to who should be deemed a party. I have to go by what the law
Well,
says.
what does being deemed a party mean?
I already provided that information
But what-
earlier.
My life, why doesn't that count?
I'm not going to argue with you. I've made a ruling. If you want to appeal it, you have rights to appeal, and you can certainly do so. I can tell you my ruling is in line with case precedent in this Commonwealth. Who's next?
Good afternoon. Paul Tucker, Tucker. I'm at 2212 Williams Church Road, Hellertown. But I'm here as a representative of the Saucon Creek Watershed Association.
So are you seeking party status for yourself at all?
No.
All right, so it's the Water Creek.
The Saucon Creek Watershed Association.
Saucon Creek Watershed Association. Okay,
Yeah.
so tell me about this organization.
The mission, our mission in the association is to preserve, protect, and restore the Saucon Creek and its watershed. We've done a lot of volunteer projects trying to bring the water quality in the creeks up and the riparian buffers around the creeks back, which have disappeared over the years. As I look at this diagram over here, this is one of the largest remaining forested area along the eastern Bethlehem corridor. And it just strikes me as odd that we have an opportunity to save this land and keep it as a forested preserve, which will do what we're trying to do with our other volunteer projects and protect the water, the air as well, and stop the erosion that goes on and just keep our water quality and our air quality good.
All right, so what is the area that Saucon Creek Watershed Association covers?
The entire Saucon Creek and its watershed. So it's Upper Saucon, Lower Saucon, and the borough, basically.
You have concerns about the leachate from the...
Absolutely, and the water table and the aquifer, yes.
Please explain that in a little bit more detail. How would the leachate from this landfill cause damage to the environment in the lower Saucon area?
Well, the leachate basically is a poison. It's not pure anything. It's what's left over from the dump and from the runoff.
I'm sorry, I am just gonna interject here for a moment. I don't know how this feels like expert testimony. I don't know that we've even established what the jurisdiction or the mission or the I mean, are there bylaws of this association? I think before we get to what this gentleman's opinion is about leachate and where it may reach and what the dangers are, I don't think we have any foundation at all with respect to what this association is.
That's fine.
I
And
think
you can state the fact that you have concerns associated with the leachate, but at this point.
I'm not here as an expert. I'm
Right.
not pretending
Nope.
to be that.
That's correct, you're not.
I believe he testified that that his organization, association, is chartered to preserve and protect the watershed.
So he can give an opinion
Direct-
regarding his concern that the leachate may cause an issue with respect to the diminution of the watershed, right? But
This is,
that's,
but we're talking impact here.
that's right.
That's all.
We're not talking about expert
What-
opinion.
That's right. What does he believe as a member of the association this landfill will have upon the charter of this association to preserve and protect the watershed?
Well, when you take away the 275 acres of forest, which is basically a filter for all the water that flows downhill, you'll have the runoff and whatever is put into the landfill flowing down that big north-facing slope into Bull Run and into the Lehigh River.
Do you have questions, Ms. Garber?
I do. So does the Saucon Creek Watershed Association have an executive board?
Yes,
And are you on that executive board?
I am.
And are there individual members of the Watershed Association?
There are.
Does the Saucon Creek Watershed monitor all development within the geographic area that you testified to earlier?
No.
So, unless a proposed development comes to your attention, you're not otherwise generally monitoring for the impact of development in the surrounding areas, is that true?
Not completely true. I mean, we all see what's going on in the area. We do water quality studies of the creek and the tributary, but
Have any of your members come forward today and requested party status
No.
for themselves?
No.
Okay. And you said you reside at 2212 Williams Church Road, right?
correct.
Do you know of any other members of the Saucon Creek Watershed Association that are requesting or will be requesting party status? Individually?
I don't know of any.
Okay.
I believe you are seeking party status on behalf of the association and on behalf of the charter of the association to preserve and protect the watershed and the environmental concerns that this project has.
Correct.
And you want to participate in asking all of the right questions so that your concerns and the impact that this has upon the environment and upon your charter are seen to be reviewed and approved by the board.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Garber?
Just a couple. Does the association typically comment on development within the geographic area that your association covers?
I heard somebody say, yeah. I don't know of any.
So, for example, on this aerial, which I don't know if we've marked an exhibit for this particular witness yet or not, so let's go ahead and mark this exhibit BLC 12. So, Ms. March, if you could, well, I'll use the pointer here. Do you see this development down here?
Oh, I'm well aware of that development.
Okay, and what is that development?
It's all the warehouses.
And did your association have any concerns with respect to this particular development?
I have a lot of concerns about that
Did the
Now,
asso-
however, that all happened before I got to the association.
Okay, so did the association have any involvement in or participate in any way with respect to this
I'm gonna object to
warehousing
that question.
development?
That's irrelevant. What may have occurred on another occasion in another area.
Yeah,
Because we're not
I
talking
tend to
trash.
agree. I think we need to focus on this particular association and this particular project and whether or not the association is effective.
Fair enough. If you could just explain, what is in terms of carrying out its mission to preserve and protect the watershed, what does the association do? What are the various activities that it does?
We've done tree and bush plantings in several locations, one of which is near the Bethlehem water treatment plant by the Saucon Creek. We've done one by the Lower Saucon Sportsman Association by the Saucon Creek. We've done work on the Saucon Creek through Hellertown with regards to planting what is called live stakes, which will preserve the banks and the cleanliness and the quality of the water, that sort of thing.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to show you this Saucon Creek Watershed Conservation Management Plan. Are you familiar with that?
I am. Yeah.
And this is dated May 2009. Could you please just describe what the purpose of this is and what role your association has with regard to the preservation and protection of the watershed?
Can I take a look at that before the witness testifies?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, no, there were just people concerned about the water quality of the Saucon Creek and the surrounding watershed. So they had a study done by the Lehigh County Conservation District. Now it's about 10 years old or more than that. Parts of it, what they came up with basically is the Saucon Creek East Branch has been designated impaired due to point source and non-point source of water runoff, erosion, and habitat modifications in its draining basin. And the east branch of the Saucon Creek is pretty much directly affected by the current landfill, and it goes between the current landfill and the water treatment plant.
Was that plan that you're referring to, was that prepared by the Saucon Creek Watershed Association?
It was not. It was a study that was done by the Lehigh County Conservation Unit.
Did the Saucon Creek Watershed Association have anything to do with that plan?
I'm sure they most certainly did, but again, it's a 2009 plan, which happened before I got there.
Understood, and to your knowledge, that hasn't been updated in any way?
It's been referenced, but not updated.
Understood. Okay, I don't have any more questions. I will object to the standing of the Saucon Creek Watershed Association.
You would agree this project's within the Saucon Creek watershed, is that true?
As testified to by this witness in
Yeah.
terms of the geographic area, I suppose, I
Yes.
mean,
Okay. All right, I understand the objection, but I am gonna grant party status to the Saucon Creek Watershed Association.
Thank you.
Yes, all right, hang on,
7 o'clock.
Mr. Tucker, did you fill out a form on behalf of Saucon Creek?
I put the Saucon Creek Watershed as the organization.
Oh,
Yes.
and so you did provide a form?
Yes.
All right, I'll track it down, thank you.
Mr. McNair, could we maybe take a poll of how many more people are left in terms of whether we want to stop now or try to power through for the next half hour? I don't know, I don't have a sense.
We have a lot of forms left, but who here is still requesting party status? Please raise your hand. So it looks like about 10 more that are here, and I definitely have more than that. We've got some people coming back on Monday.
So, but in terms of the people that are here, do you think if there are 10 people here, we can get through those 10 people?
I don't know that we're getting through 10. I also have a meeting tonight, but.
Yeah, we have to be back here at 7 o'clock. If you want to join us then, we can.
Right, well, unfortunately, I'm going to be elsewhere, but, So
particularly because these people are here now.
I would like to get through a few more, okay?
I don't want to inconvenience anyone, but we've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and we have to be back here at 7 o'clock. I would just ask that we maybe take one more and then break.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go till approximately 4:30, or a little. We're gonna stop a little before 4:30.
Then we're gonna have to start tonight at 8 o'clock, because I need time to get back to my office to get ready for the 7 o'clock hearing. When we made definitive scheduling, and I think we ought to follow it and keep it. So let's take one more.
Right. I'm just trying not to cut into too much of Wednesday. Wednesday morning.
We're gonna be here for months, the way things are going.
Right.
Let's not be chintzy about 15 minutes.
Well, that was my thought. Let's just give it another 15. But you know what? I will. Understanding that you need to prepare for tonight, Mr.
Let's just take
Aztec.
one more.
We'll take one more. We're gonna take one more. Ma'am, come forward.
Thank you. Kathy Pitchell McGovern, 4260 Lower Saucon Road, Hellertown, also the owner of Pitchell McGovern Farms. PICHEL hyphen MCGOVERN.
All right. So, Miss Pitchell McGovern, you have a form that you're holding, correct?
This is my form.
Did you fill out
I
a separate
filled
one
out-
as well? You did.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in there somewhere.
I think I have it on top. Can you state your address again? 4260?
4260 Lower Saucon Road, Hellertown, Pennsylvania.
All right. And you're seeking party status on behalf of yourself, correct?
Correct, and my farm, correct.
Is your farm a separate entity? Is it an incorporated farm of somebody?
LLC,
It
same
is?
address.
And what's the name of the farm?
Pitchell McGovern Farms, LLC.
Okay, and where is your property in relation to the applicant's parcel?
Probably a mile, maybe, probably
All right,
less.
can we get a measurement on that one, Jim?
0.65.
Half a mile.
So, yeah, a little over half a mile, okay.
I don't have any objection to
No
this
objection.
witness's party
Okay.
status.
All right, you will be granted party status. I'm granting it individually. I'm not sure.
Do I need to fill out another one for Pitchell McGovern Farms, LLC? If so,
Is there a
of course I
specific
will.
reason why you feel the need to have that?
I
as
do.
You
I
do, okay. All
I'm
right.
working with the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, very good. So is there any objection to both her individually and the LLC being granted party status?
I would like the witness to testify as to the difference between the impact to her as an individual and the impact to your LLC.
You want me now, so as an individual, it's my family, of course, but the LLC is my business. I'm working with the Department of Agriculture to make our beef farm bigger. We're expanding, and to do that, they have to take water and bring water to the beef. So it's a whole thing that I'm working with the Department of Agriculture to get water to grow my beef so we can have a business.
So maybe we can back up and perhaps we need to hear a little bit more about the impact to the property generally. It sounds like your concerns are with respect to the water?
Correct, mostly, correct. You can smell, I have called in, you
But
can see.
with respect to the farm,
Both.
the agricultural use.
My home and my farm are
No,
the
I
same
understand.
address.
We've
Okay.
already addressed you individually, so now
Okay.
we're addressing the agricultural use. And you have wells on the
Correct.
property, right?
Correct,
And you use the water from those wells for purposes of the agricultural use, correct?
correct,
And you have concerns associated with that well water and this proposed project, and how your well
Correct.
water may be affected, and therefore how that might affect your agricultural use.
correct.
All
And
right.
Bull Run Creek runs right through the middle of my property.
Okay. All right. So you think we need some time on this, Ms. Garber, to address at Wednesday morning's hearing?
Let's keep the record open on that.
Okay, very good.
If we're gonna stop anyway.
Be here on
You
Wednesday
ca-
morning. I have to go
You
back to
cannot.
work.
You cannot be here.
I have to go back.
All right. Well, is there anything else that you want to present other than the information you've presented concerning, the potential effect on the water supply, the fact that the stream runs through your property?
The only thing I want to add is that where we live, it's overburdened community to begin with. So it already meets the criteria for environmental justice to begin with prior to making the expansion. So
All right, let's focus on the agricultural use.
agricultural use.
How would this potentially affect your agricultural use?
If
Meaning,
Bull Run Creek is gonna not be recharged and my well waters are gonna go dry, I'm not gonna be able to build my business. As it is, I have runoff from the trucks coming down into my pasture. You've heard that from a previous neighbor. I have to have PennDOT now come and clean my pasture to get all the contaminants out of my grass. I have the Department of Agriculture working with me to expand. But some of the problems I have with the expansion are the runoff and the debris in my pastures and bringing the water to the cattle.
okay, all right.
I'm just gonna ask a couple questions because Ms. Pitchell is not gonna be there on Wednesday.
Right.
So just, so the runoff, you're worried about runoff from where to your pasture?
If you see my home, you can't appreciate it, but my home is in a valley. So when the trucks go up the hill, they have to slam on the brakes. You can see it. When the water comes down, the trash comes off the trucks. It comes right down the hill and goes right into my pasture.
So this is
one
runoff
goes in
from
the pasture and one goes into
From
the
the street,
hayfield.
runoff from the street.
Correct.
Okay.
And PennDOT has been to my home many times concerning this issue.
I'm gonna object to this party status of the agricultural farm use because of the state, with respect to the stated concerns about runoff from the road to the pasture. I think maybe another, it's hard for me to follow, but another concern is that concern about Bull Run Creek and your water usage from Bull Run Creek.
Correct.
Well, there's that and the general aquifer, right? The
Correct.
recharge of the aquifer, and
Correct.
she's 0.65 miles. There's a potential zone of influence there with
Correct.
respect to the aquifer. I understand the objection, but I am going to grant party status with respect to the farm.
I'm just going to clarify if I need to make another form, one for my person and one for my
Yeah,
farm.
can you please do so?
Yes, I can.
All right. I have forms up here if you need them. Okay, so for purposes of the record, we are going to adjourn for this afternoon for party status. Yeah, we already decided that that was going to be the last one. I'm sorry. We're going to have to pick up on Wednesday morning. Okay. There should be some out there. So for purposes of the record, we are going to reconvene this hearing on Wednesday, March 1st at 9 a.m., 9 a.m. We may be starting 5 or 10 minutes later than 9 a.m., but I'd like everyone to be here at 9 in hopes of getting started at 9. All right, we'll see everyone Wednesday morning, March 1st at 9 a.m. in this same building.
No, that's it, folks, for today. It looks like we're done for the day for now. Don't forget to come back at 7 o'clock for the township meeting.
Agricultural application. They're sludge, ready for farmers' field. go out. We call them out, they sniffed it. Conservation district.
Filibuster this thing
What's so important, Charlie? Hello? All right, everybody, I'm signing off. We will be back at 7 o'clock for the townships. Stop. Anyway, come back then, please. Have a nice day. What do you want? Well, first I'm going to tell you when I'm here and I'm doing this. You can't keep bringing my phone because I put the video on Facebook. So, how did it end? It just ended at 4:30. It's continuing Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock. What's that? Yeah.
I've been answering. I've been answering. You know I've been answering. As much as I can. I know. I'm just saying. I've been better.
Ryan, okay. But, yes, it's the citizens for responsibility. Yeah.
I gotta figure out how to turn this off. Thank you all for watching. If anybody didn't, I don't think you did. That's okay.